Yeah.
Is it in theaters?
Yeah. Look,
Did it come out last Friday?
No, I think it came out
on a random day. Then
I gotta maybe it did. I gotta. What day is today? Thursday. I got a text earlier in the week from Chris. Was like, "Are you gonna go see this?" He had just come from seeing it. So, it's Friday. Okay. Yeah, we ain't seen Nope yet, but it's. That's one very very rare occasion I want to get to the movie theater for. I do want to see that.
And see, that's the one where I gotta be. I want to. I gotta be real. I don't know if I'm gonna see it in the movie theaters. I don't know when I'm getting to the movie theaters to go see that.
Yeah, I do want to go support. I want to see it. Yeah,
looks bizarre.
It definitely looks that. I need to watch Us again. I haven't. I watched that once. I liked it. I just didn't watch it.
Us was the one that in Santa Cruz, right? With the 5 on the beat.
Yeah.
Lewis Riddick, why Trey Lance is a long shot to win MVP.
Okay. Coach Molly, what's happening?
Coach Molly, what's good?
Man, I don't know, Xavier. What you think? What do you want to put up there? You tell me. You tell me. You tell me.
I think I took that off.
Oh man, come on.
Oh, no, I didn't.
You tell me. You tell me.
You tell me. Jalen Ramsey. Hilarious. Sydney Dean.
Sydney.
I was about to do something I can't remember.
Oh yeah, but there is only one. There's only one answer. There's only one winner for last night.
Only one.
Think, man, Chris, he ain't welcome here no more, bro. He ain't welcome here no more. He is not welcome. Your money's no good here. Oh man, that's a unanimous no.
Hell no.
That's a unanimous no.
Hell no. Yeah, we're gonna talk about this, Sean.
That's silly shit.
Yeah,
that's silly shit.
So yeah, we'll talk about this. I didn't know this was a discussion.
Yeah.
Huh.
Did this come up on the air, Jesse? Yeah, about Sacramento in the sports town.
Yeah, in the past.
So I guess we didn't bring it to the air. I had that conversation over the week. Biederman asked me that question.
Biederman from the Bay Area, huh?
Yeah, he lives here now. Yeah. He lives here. But yeah, he asked that question, and so yeah, that was kind of like, all right, this is the time for it. After last night, this is the time for it.
It's ironic because
Ooh, how you feeling today, baby? Welcome in here to the Thursday, July 28th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Congratulations.
Oh my God. I'm going to need you to fire up that acknowledge me button one more time for the Sacramento Republic.
One more time for show.
Acknowledge me.
Oh, that was something. I tweeted it and I'll say it here for everybody to clip and keep forever. I'm not built for this. Soccer is too much. You shouldn't be on edge. that long. Like I went to the ESPN Plus app because it was on ESPN Plus.
It was
and
good
not
call.
ESPN3. It was on
I don't
ESPN
even know
Plus.
what ESPN3 is.
It's a channel on ESPN Plus is what it is. So I like 10 minutes into the game, and I started getting anxiety like 20 minutes in. I was like, wait a minute, I can't do this. Like, no. And then like you kind of settle in, and then every time I'm just not built for it. Like it's look, I ain't man enough for it. I'm not built to be a soccer fan. I'm not built to be a full-time soccer man. I rock with the Republic, Connor, the whole crew out there. I'm not built for that, man. I'm not built for it.
It's
too much.
It's a different level of stress for one of those games because I guess maybe, and I don't know, there's baseball fans who do this too, but I like I said, maybe because I'm a baseball fan, kind of a baseball purist, and I see a 1-0 game in baseball and it's exhilarating. I can appreciate scoreless soccer, you know what I mean? And the ups and downs and the highs and the lows and being on the edge of your seat for 90 minutes or 120 minutes or whatever the case may be. And that's what happened last night. Last night, I mean, as the game went along, the stress level and the intensity of everything just rose with every minute. And then you get into, extra time, and it's like, oh my gosh, we're gonna do it. And then as a Republic fan, the Sporting KC team, they started to get closer and closer to punching it in. And you can see
I'm starting to hit crossbars, and it's like,
right.
Like,
it was like, I'm not a a soccer historian or nothing like that, not even close. But I can tell, like, when one team is starting to get more opportunities and starting to pressure, and it's like, all right, at some point it's going to crack. In the first half, it felt like that was a Republic. Then in the second half, in the extra time period, Sporting KC, it just seemed like we stayed the entire time on the defensive end of the field, and it was getting shot after shot, and just the stress of that alone, like, get the ball out, get it out of the box, clear it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was something else. And then you got into PKs, and that was just
too much.
Come on,
too much. Like, I was standing up for the second half of overtime, and there was a point where it's like, the hell am I standing up for? Like, the first one kind of comes and goes. You had I think the one that hit the crossbar was in the first. I think that was in the first half of the overtime. It's like, all right, like, you kind of get antsy, and all of a sudden I find myself standing up, and I'm looking around like, what am I standing up for? Then the overtime ends. They go to penalty kicks, and now I start sending ground rules. Like, all right, okay, if the Republic win this, and you start engaging on social media, because you already know what time it is. It's way past my bedtime.
So first of all, let's just roll it back. I'm proud of you for watching the whole game live.
Acknowledge me.
Damn right.
I'm proud of you for watching the whole game live. What did it end, like at 10:30? 10 minutes to 11?
Yeah, it was later than 10:30, but it was don't engage, because if you do, you're gonna be like if the Republic win, you're gonna be amped if you get on. So put the phone away. Wait till you have to experience what happens, good or bad. You have to be able to experience it, ride with it, and then go to bed. Your alarm's going off, and whatever time, go to bed. So I'm sitting there watching it, and of course, I'm hyped, right? I'm like, yo, this is dope. What are we gonna do tomorrow? Up for like another hour, can't sleep because like I'm like, man, I don't want to be a fan. Like, I'm like so invested in this, and it's like, yo, this is what being a fan feels like, man. That was a lot. It's like, I almost called in sick. I was like, man, Kenny gonna have to. Almost called in tired. Kenny gonna have to do the show on his.
Remember when I said it was too cold to work?
Oh, Kenny called in cold. I was going to do some work this morning, but man, it was
freezing. I'm telling you, it was freezing in my house those days. Couldn't do nothing. Was just trying to stay alive.
I think was it Dr. David? I think it was Dr. David who put your face on
Bernie
famous
Sanders.
Bernie meme. Yeah,
it was colder than that in my house at that time. But man, that was sick, man. That was sick, man. That was so dope. And then when you get, like I said, when you get to the PKs, I'm always amazed at a stop on penalty kicks, right? Because to me,
Yeah,
it seems so close, seems so easy. I know it's not easy because there's a bunch of things going on with the person that's trying to kick the goal and all this other stuff. So I know it's not necessarily easy, but it seems so easy. It's like you got a 1 in a million chance of stopping one of these balls. The first guy who kicked it for Sporting KC, just a rocket. I'm like, damn, if that's what they're doing, how are you ever gonna stop any of these PKs? But man, that boy Danny V, the young GOAT, the young legend, he got one where they did him dirty on it, and he wasn't able to stop the re-kick. But that last one, I mean, you don't get more clutch than that. You don't get more clutch than that. And then I'm not saying I found him or nothing like that. I'm just saying he's my favorite. I took note of him the very first time I started watching the Republic. That man Roro. That man Roro. Come on, man. I knew it was a game over when I saw my man Roro ready to close it out, and that's exactly what he did, man.
Yeah, man. It was fun, man. It was fun to watch. It was fun to experience. It's amazing for this city. It's amazing, an absolutely amazing accomplishment for the Sacramento Republic, given everything that they've been through with MLS, to start just booting out. I think that's the third MLS team that they've kicked out of this cup here. That's absolutely incredible.
We've been smashing MLS.
Doing that again, huh?
I'm just saying.
You didn't learn.
I told you it was gonna smash Sporting KC.
Yeah, like it was weird when you said it yesterday too, and like you even took the weirdness to Twitter. You were talking about like body shots, and like I was like, "What is?" I know Kenny's talking about body. Kenny, you had yourself a day yesterday, man. Like I was, boy,
man. I hate this sophomore behavior we have in this society.
Sophomore class field trip. It ain't society. It's us. Like it's us, and
it's really guys, just guys. And
we have no one to blame but ourselves. And you're right. Like every time this happens, Mrs. McTan's rolling her eyes, Jill Adge is rolling her eyes, and Miss P is like, you gotta be kidding me. You guys are idiots, absolute idiots. But what a night it was, man.
Every time since my sophomore year at CUK McClatchy, I laugh the same way when there's a little innuendo or pun.
Last night's events bring up a lot of interesting questions about this city and its love of sports, and we'll talk more about that as the day goes on for sure. We'll dive into NFL training camp, some news and notes that came out yesterday. Olivia Christian is going to be with us coming up a little over an hour from now. Matt George is going to join us. Of course, he's host of the Locked On Kings podcast, sports director over at ABC 10. He's joining us from 49ers training camp. So we'll get to talk to, our conversations with Matt are normally pretty centered on the Sacramento Kings, and today won't be any different, but we'll get to talk 49ers with him. And he is as locked in with the Republic as anyone else is. So we'll get his thoughts on last night's game as well. But
Matt's a longtime Republic guy. So for me personally, when the Republic were created here in Sacramento and they won the championship and all this other stuff in their first year, I wasn't living here, and USL didn't have no ESPN Plus deal, right? So I couldn't watch them. I couldn't really follow along with them. And I was just like, oh, that's cool. They got a team. It's dope. But I was 300-400 miles away. You know what I mean? So when I moved back, I took it upon myself. I was like, yo, this is a professional team here. I'm going to get tapped into them. It coincided, like I said, with ESPN having to deal with the USL so I could watch every game. And this is dope for me. This is the greatest Republic moment I've ever seen. But Matt's a long time, man. Matt's day one. So it'll be good to talk to him and see what he thinks about all that.
Yeah, that's a good question. How does this compare to them actually winning? Because this is different. Like this is a different type of a vibe here. Again, you take into account everything that the Republic have been through with the MLS and the starts and the stops and the ins and the outs, and to beat 3 MLS teams on the way to the final. Is it next month? Is it next September?
Month. Yeah, September 7th, I think it is.
That's that's got to feel special for everybody involved with the Republic, the fans, and it feels special for this city. That had to be one of the great moments in Sacramento sports history last night. Like
absolutely,
that's up there. I mean,
all
a
right,
lot of the.
Do it. Let's do it. You know, we have to. We're a sports radio show.
We don't. We can. We don't, but we can.
We don't have to like lock it in stone. But I think it's one of the great moments. I'll put it to you like this. A lot of times you hear people talk about that Tyreek Evans shot. They talk about that as a great moment. I know for a fact this is better than that.
Like, can you definitively say what the greatest moment is right now?
Is Pibby's shot. Like on court game, a game moment. Not we saved the team or nothing like that.
Shot. Yeah. No. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about that other stuff. Yeah, right. No. So Bibby's shot in a series they lost, it's bigger than the Monarchs winning the WNBA championship in 2005.
That's a good point. So here's
miss me with any WNBA trash talk, because there were 17,000 people in the arena that night.
No, that might be number one. Here's what I'll say about that, and it still might be number one. And I'll make a comparison and follow me with this one. Somebody can educate me if they need to. Last night's win for the Republic, in my opinion, is bigger than them winning a championship, because the USL, when they won a championship, isn't the USL today. It is a far better product than it was today. And the WNBA championship was the real deal. But I maybe it's my fault. I'm comparing the WNBA today to what it was at that time. And I just see like just an overall better product now than I see back then. Does that make sense?
No. We'll discuss more when D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, continues here on ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
Wait, how long at the that was about
7, 8 years. So? I think it was 2000. It was 97. 2005. 8. It's 8 years, right? 7, 8. It's 8 years. Yeah. 8. Do math on me. I think that's 8.
8 years. No, that's probably number one. I mean, I
just can't make it Mike's shot. Like, you lost. Tim Donaghy didn't ref a single game in that series. I love you, Chris. He didn't.
I still say it's Mike's shot, but the championship, I can see that. I can say that. I still think it's Mike's shot, though. That's number one for me.
What else happened here? Trying to think of the biggest wrestling moment that happened here.
The Rock. Is that a wrestling moment?
What's the Rock
song?
what? Oh, the Rock song. Yeah, leaving Sacramento. I mean, Macho Man proposed to Elizabeth here. That's a pretty big one. I don't know that a pay-per-view has ever produced a moment that will like live forever. The milk truck, that's a good one. That's a good one. The milk truck is a good one. That's a good one.
Maybe I'm a little biased because I was there and I felt the energy. But when they killed the Fiend, essentially, that was, I don't know if it was the greatest moment, but that was a moment. The Hell in a Cell. The Hell in a Cell when they killed the Fiend, essentially, and made this a joke. They were so angry in the Golden One Center.
Yeah.
They were so upset.
So I was actually thinking about this. That's another like Sacramento moment.
Yeah.
That's another Sacramento moment
yeah.
right there. And I mean, this won't resonate with everybody. I don't know if Pragmatic Pessimist is in here. He saw the Black Panthers did walk into the state capitol, and that shortchanged a lot of things. So like again, that moment's not going to resonate with everybody. But So that was that Goldberg. Was Goldberg on the Surge or was he on a different football team?
I think he was on the Surge.
Surge.
This can't win it because it just can't. But that game 3 comeback against the Timberwolves was pretty cool. They lost the game. That's why he can't be on there, I don't think. But Peja hitting
Gold Miners.
Peja yelling. We never really saw emotion from Peja, but the crowd had left like right before the comeback started. That was an all-timer.
Goldberg played for the Sacramento Gold Miners, Atlanta Falcons, and Carolina Panthers.
Chappelle walked off and said he did walk off.
He did. He walked off, but he came back.
Yeah.
That
didn't you say that was at Memorial Auditorium?
The signs were there. Yeah, he was chain smoking the whole time.
Yeah.
It was awful. It was absolutely, the show wasn't awful, but being there was awful.
I'm here for the media game lineup, but Casey.
That's a good call. I mean,
who's Mark?
I'm here for Mark. Yeah.
Oh, he spells it with a K.
Mark Spears? Didn't Mark Spears go with a C? Yeah, probably. When he finds out we're there, he's going to be unavailable. Yeah. Conversation continued through the commercial break over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You want to try to lay out? I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be funny. I didn't get what you were.
I personally don't think the league was
the WNBA.
The WNBA was as strong. Like, I'm thinking about it in terms of today. So that's why I say it may be my fault. Like, I look at it today. If the Monarchs were around, they won a WNBA championship today. It's a super strong league. Like, the league's crazy. I didn't think it was super strong back then. That doesn't take away from their championship, but
yeah,
it doesn't put it over Bibby's shot.
I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong in that belief. Like, they beat Lisa Leslie and the Los Angeles Sparks to get to that. They knocked off
timer for sure.
They knocked off a Connecticut Sun team that had been to the WNBA championship before. Like, they knocked off Hall of Famers to get that championship. I think the league was bigger at the time. I think there were a handful of more teams at the time, maybe one or two. Yeah, I disagree with that sentiment. And I'm going to give the nod to a team that won a championship over.
That's fair.
Mike Bibby's shot,
I have
which
no problem
ultimately,
with the Monarchs. Anybody who says the Monarchs winning a championship is the number one sports moment. Because
yeah, I mean, and it's all good. And I see our man say, but more people cared about Bibby's shot. I was in the building. There were 17,000 people there. Mm-hmm. The Monarchs took over the city that day. And you could talk about you more people cared about Bibby's shot. That's great. How did that series end? They lost. So if you want to dumb it down to a single moment, say, oh, that was a great moment. Hey, what's the prologue to that? Like, what'd they do after? Oh, nothing. They lost the series in rather humiliating fashion in Game 7 at home after a disastrous Game 6 on the road. That's going to be in question forever. And I don't remember where the tip shot fits in. Was that before? The tip was the game before. The tip back. Yeah. Was that the game before? And then it was Mike. And then it was the infamous Game 6. And then it was the equally as infamous Game 7. Okay. If y'all want to rock with Bibby shot, you can. I'm going to go with the team that won the championship.
So I think there's
with multiple Hall of Famers on it.
To me, there's no question that it's either one of those two. It's either Bibby shot or the Monarchs winning the championship. Like we was talking about the top wide receivers yesterday. Like you can't move the top three. Like you can't move those top two. There's those top two moments for sure. The other thing that I'll say about
there's other like the John Stockton stuff, as gross as it feels now. When he retired, like he played his last game here.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's other moments like that will always live at the top of people's list. Like people who were there, the first playoff game, like people who were there or not even people who experienced, they'll always remember that.
The game when everything was final and they were staying in Vivek, this is your team. That place was nuts. I got a chance to be there for that one. Arco was nuts that night. You know what I mean? That was a great moment as well. But to me personally, it's either one of those two moments. Is Bibby or the Monarchs winning the championship. And let me ask you a question when you talk about great moments. I know it's all about winning, but that series, that Lakers-Kings series, is one of the most famous series in the history of the NBA. Even aside from the controversy.
No, I agree.
It was and
Ori and Bibby were back to back. Yeah.
Ori, Bibby back to back, and then controversy was 6. But just the series was crazy. I mean, everything that led.
In Game 7 went to overtime. Yeah. Like there's that series will live forever for many different reasons, but it will live forever.
So, are we able to say, after working through this exercise, pound for pound, does yesterday's Republic win make it number 3? Because we thought about this here for the last 15 minutes, and we haven't, outside of those two are verified, certified, they're not going nowhere. I hadn't really found another one that was on par with what we saw last night. Or are we just being prisoner of the moment?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I guess we can't assess it right now, but I would rank it above any like ovation for a player. I would rank it above any ovation for a team. I would rank it above anyone crying because they thought the team was leaving. Like those are big moments, but that's emotional. Like they're big moments, but they have like less to do with like the actual game. Right. You know what I mean? They have more to do with the situation, the John Stockton situation. He was retiring. The first playoff game. That's the moment. Obviously all of the relocation stuff. I'm not gonna put the Surge or the gold miners, anywhere near the top of this. So I think it's completely fair.
The other thing about it is if they would have won 2-0 in regular time, the way they did when they smashed the Earthquakes, smashed the San Jose Earthquakes like I said they would.
Right.
If they would have done that, might not have been top 3. But that game last night was one of the great sporting events in this city's history. With the drama, with the way it finished, with the crowd going berserk the way it did. Like that kind of matters. You know what I'm saying? Like the way a game ends, the way it plays out, the story of the game, that matters in something being a great game. And that was that last night. That everything that encompassed that game last night was one of the great moments. And I'll say it right now, this is either, makes people happy or makes them even sad thinking about it. That's the top 3. That's top 3. We've worked through it a little bit. That's the 3rd best game in the history of this city.
I'm with that. Yeah, I'm with that. That was a big moment. It actually brings up an interesting discussion I was having over the weekend about the city of Sacramento. And let's get to let's do some phones first, and then we'll open up that conversation we were having. 916-349-1320. Let's start with our man Daniel. Daniel, we appreciate you. What's happening?
KC, D-Lo. Hey,
what's up, man?
I don't know if people understand that they're one game away from going to the CONCACAF Champions League.
Yeah.
So if they do advance to the CONCACAF Champions League, they're going to be playing with the big dogs of North America and South America. This is huge.
No, it really is.
It could potentially be huge.
Yeah, this is monumental, man. This is, and to be honest with you, Daniel, I didn't really realize that till last night. You know, when they talked about going to the CONCACAF tournament. I was like, damn, like they gonna be up there. This is a little USL team. This is a little Sacramento Republic team about to be up there with the big dogs. This
is where the big boys play,
hemisphere. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they could pull that off, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I was having a conversation this weekend about the city of Sacramento and whether Sacramento is a sports town or not. Whether Sacramento is a good sports town. That's how the question was posed to me when I sat down. Is Sacramento a good sports town? And I thought about it for a minute and said, I think the answer is relatively easy. Like, yes. Like, I don't think Sacramento is a good sports town. I think Sacramento is a great sports town.
Before I was asked you by out of towner, right?
It was, yeah.
And
well, the person lives here now.
Okay.
But
and then that'll ask my second question. That came from a Bay Area person, right?
Yeah.
Bay Area people, I tell you. I'll tell you them people.
But he didn't. I'll tell you later why he asked the question. But like in the conversation, this was like the conversation, like it was with sports people. Like the opinion was unanimous. Like, yeah, it is good, but it's not for the same reasons like that the Bay Area is a good sports town or New York or whoever you want to pick to be a good sports town. It's not the same. It's different. Like this, sports fans here are very, very passionate about their team, whether it's the Sacramento Kings or it's the Sacramento Republic or it's the Oakland A's or San Francisco Giants, or it's the Las Vegas Raiders or it's the San Francisco 49ers, or if it's the Dallas Cowboys or the Los Angeles Lakers. Like that passion for their team, whether we talk about this regularly. There was a time, and I feel like it's trailed off maybe the last 3 years, but that might be maybe 4 years, but that might be more indicative of the sport than the region. There was a time, you rewind and you look at the BCS championships, the national championships. You look at the big college football games, even if it was, the Iron Bowl or something like that with Auburn and Alabama. You'd always see Sacramento somewhere in top 10 in terms of market ratings, and like it's the one that doesn't fit. Like you see these cities, and then all of a sudden Sacramento on the West Coast is like sixth. Yeah. Higher than San Francisco, higher than Los Angeles. And it's like, yo, this city is really, really locked into their sports.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is tried and true. And I chuckle because, I hear the question from my people. It's my people. I'm not no shot. My people in the Bay Area too. And I'm familiar. Like, man, what y'all into sports like that? Y'all that I was like,
shout out to the morning roast. We know who you're talking about. Come on now. Shout out to Vontae and Bush.
Man, come on, man. Y'all
shout
crazy.
Out to Guru.
Like, y'all crazy. Absolutely. And dare I say, based on the things that you laid out, we're more into sports than they are. I think the Bay Area is into their teams. They're into the Niners and the Giants. Like they're into that, but they're not into the Braves. They're not into the Atlanta Falcons or the BCS like you talked about.
Let me ask this, and let's just stick with the Bay Area as an example. Would the Bay Area still be into all of those teams? Because the 49ers won the NFC Championship. They were in the Super Bowl not that long ago. You call it one of the greatest heritage teams in the NFL. Giants won 3 recently?
Yeah,
I don't want to shortchange them. 3
in 10 years.
And obviously what the Warriors are doing. All that falls off for the next decade plus. Is it the same?
It's the same for their teams. It's the same for the Warriors, the Niners. I mean, you can make the argument. People talk about.
You sure it's the same for the Niners?
Well, this is what I say though, because people talk about, Levi Stadium and the Niners and all this other stuff. Like I was there. I was around when Chip Kelly was around, and the pictures that were taken at Levi Stadium of nobody being there. You know what I'm saying? Like I seen it, and then they got good, and it's standing room only. You know what I'm saying? So there's something to be said about that. Giants right now, like people, like they care about the Giants. Ain't nobody showing up to the Giants games because they don't have nobody you want to watch, and they stink. So,
but I think they
follow it, but it's not like they're not getting 30,000.
But you're in. But I think I'm going to stall attendance out a little bit, and I promise you, I'm fully aware if the Kings start the season 20-5. I know, play along. Kings start the season. You ain't getting in.
No.
Like and don't get this. Not only are you not getting in, our media credential process changes greatly.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden Mark Spears wants to be here every damn night. All of a sudden Sam Amick ain't just coming in for the Lakers and the Clippers anymore or whatever other big stars. Sam Amick's here a lot, but you know what I mean. Yeah. All of a sudden Logan Murdoch's there regularly. Chris Haynes is there every night. All of a sudden the people who are within striking distance of Sacramento, they're here every night. They ain't here every night now. Kenny and I, hey, we're coming. Sometimes I forget to tell them we're coming. We just show up. We don't need to. We can pick a seat.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a time when this team is good, and that process is going to be over. There's going to be a time where what's the James is super critical of it. The kicks cam. Ain't gonna do the kicks cam no more.
Right.
Unless you got a camera on the ground checking out everybody's shoes, because you ain't gonna be able to show people's shoes on other chairs anymore.
Yeah.
But with all of that said, you can't tell me this fan base isn't still fully invested in the Sacramento Kings.
We know.
Right.
We know.
Exactly. Whether it's through radio shows, podcasts, YouTube channels, whether it's articles on the Kings Beat or the Kings Herald, no matter what it is, you know that this fan base, despite 16 years of this nonsense, despite beat writers across the country trashing this team, but despite random dudes at Deadspin trashing the city, you know the fan base is still fully invested. Mm-hmm. Is that investment still there in other places?
I don't know about.
Are you going to WarriorsBeat.com? Like are Bonte and Joe's streaming numbers still through the roof if the Warriors are, 17-40?
Well, look, I don't know. I suspect that it would definitely change, but here's the crux of the argument, because we're not saying do the Sacramento support their team. We're not saying do the Bay Area support their team. We're talking about, is this a sports town? And the question is, if the Warriors were 17-35 and they didn't make the playoffs and the NBA Finals was between the Bucks and the Timberwolves, where would they be on the ratings? We know that Sacramento would be top 5.
Yeah,
I can promise you the Bay Area wouldn't be top 10 because Sacramento is top 5 in everything, damn near top 10 in everything. You talk about BCS championship games. You talk about Sunday Night Football ratings for Buffalo Bills versus Kansas City Chiefs. You talk about, I said this a couple of weeks ago. There was, I forgot what telecast it was. There was a boxing, a Showtime boxing event, and Sacramento was top 4. Top 4.
That means you had every TV in your house on.
I mean, what during those Cavs Warriors series, Sacramento, I think the Bay Area was still top 2, but Sacramento's like top 4.
Yeah, in
those ratings. If who last year when it was Bucks and Suns, I guarantee you Sacramento was top 10 in those ratings.
I'm trying to find, because I don't want to speak too far out of turn. I'm trying to find. I don't remember if it was the NFC Championship. It wasn't the finals that just completed. So I feel like it had to have been the NFC Championship. Were the market of Sacramento rated higher than San Francisco?
I could believe it. What's the thing? We know this even. I knew it before, but we definitely know it now.
Mm-hmm.
What's the line they always say? There are more 49ers
season ticket holders
in Sacramento than there is in the Bay Area, in San Francisco, I think it was. There's more 49er season ticket holders in Sacramento than there is in San Francisco. I remember that because that's when Jed York was talking about getting involved with the Republic, and they were asking, why would you do that? And that's when he brought that up. This was like 10 years ago. And he was like, yeah, we love Sacramento. Sacramento, show us love.
If you'd like to purchase a sponsorship package for the San Francisco 49ers here on ESPN 1320, please call Justine at the Odyssey offices.
49ers. The home of the San Francisco 49ers, ESPN 1320.
Again, just search Odyssey. You might even have to search Intercom and call Justine.
Here's the thing. Here's the other thing about Sacramento. I think if Sacramento is in the name, they'll get behind anything. We had some people talking in the chat about Sac State basketball, and you know how excited I am about Sac State. Let them do something this year. And all the people that's complaining about the Hornets' nest, you won't be able to get into the Hornets' nest. Standing room only.
It's going to look like the Drew League. It's going to look like Paul George and LeBron James at the Drew League.
Exactly. You know, Sac State football, they do what they're doing right now, man. That game that's supposed to be on ESPN2 or whatever the case may be, sold out, guaranteed. The Causeway this year, going to be crazy. Causeway always crazy.
Yeah, that's already
for
something
that, like, historically aren't doing much of anything, but the Causeway always go. Yeah, nah, man.
And you don't know that, like, if you don't live here. Like, you think sports town, you're like, oh, that's the Kings, that's trash. Man, you don't know. You don't know this fan base here. That's why I get a little agitated when dudes who aren't from this city or people who aren't from this city try to pop off about it. It's like, you could talk about the organization all you want to. Don't talk about the city. You don't know how this city reps for these squads here. You don't know how these cities rep for sports here. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Now I will say this, and this is where I'm not saying they're off or it's wrong or it's different. It's just not in our culture. What we don't do here is we don't do sports bar gatherings. So, you know, when you talk about, and part of that is it's not in the culture. The other part is that there hasn't been nothing to gather for. You know what I'm saying? So I want to see, like, if the Kings are good, if the Kings got a playing game, you know, what K Street going to look like. It may pop off with people, but since the whole thing with the whole sports bar and all that, like, kind of took off, like, we haven't been a part of that. You know what I mean? I remember specifically, this wasn't the sports bar. This is how I know. I think if the Kings are good, that whole sports bar thing, that'll be a thing of the past. Game 3, Western Conference Finals, 2002. I've mentioned this before. I'm gonna mention it again. 2002. I remember specifically because one of them was at my high school, and I remember one of the news stations was going around town looking at the different spots. I think they had 7 to 10 locations around the city. They were using gyms, high school gyms. McClatchy High School was one of them. Had like 2 big screens in the court, and people were they had watch parties in high school gyms for game 3 of the 2002 Western Conference Finals. And they had like 10 of those around the city, and they were packed out. You know what I'm saying? And that was before the whole sports bar culture. That's why I say I know now that, you know, okay, there's a sports bar on every corner downtown or something like that. It'd be jumping if they were good. I believe that. But that's not necessarily in our nature here in Sacramento, the whole sports bar culture. That's not. We watch the games at home. That's why our ratings are always high.
I think it could be.
I think it could too.
I do know a few people. Like, I was big into the let's go here and watch the game. Or he'll text me like, yo, where you gonna watch the game at? Like, home. Like, what do you mean? Like, where are you watching the game at? Like, I'm watching it at home.
He's at home.
Like, what do you mean? Like, I got McQueen and Luke Belair and Bumbu everywhere, and you're trying to get me to go to a bar? Like, what are we doing right now?
Yeah, I'm Io. I'm like, yo, let's go watch it somewhere.
I'm gonna give him your number, And in that way, he could.
Oh boy,
He could call you where you watching the game at, and y'all can connect, and I'll be at home here, not spending money. But I also think if people feel like if you there is an investment to there's like being able to watch a game with people who have the same rooting interest that you do, and not a game 8 out of 82, but a game that game 77. If the Kings win, it locks in their spot for the 10th seed or the 6th seed if you really want to get bold. There is, you get downtown, someone rolls out one of those projectors and big screens and plays it outside on the patio. It looked like that. It looked like that bar. You know that bar where I think they're playing a soccer game on the big TV and they just superimpose whatever news story is up there. It's gonna be the Kings. That's absolutely what it'll look like outside somewhere in downtown Sacramento if the Kings have their moment.
I can't wait. Hope I get a hall pass that day.
It might look like that in September. A hall pass.
Yeah, get out. Out the house.
You might want to look up what hall pass means because I don't think that's what you meant.
I don't mean it that way.
It could look like that for this final.
Oh, for
September is not hopefully it's not 107 outside. The odds are it's going to be, but you set it up right, like it could be lit for that final.
You know what's funny about that? And I'm assuming our people, shout out Sean Cunningham. I think Fox 40 would hopefully be able to have that live. But I went out yesterday to go get some food and I drove past this Buffalo Wild Wings and I was trying to see if the game was on. I was like, you know what? It's probably not. Because I don't know if they can do their ESPN Plus on certain TVs. Usually those sports bars, they have their direct TV.
There's a tremendous fee for that.
Yeah.
There's a tremendous fee.
That's the crazy part of this.
It's what the NFL is trying to figure out with Sunday Ticket. How does it work if you do streaming? Because you ain't paying one license to air this on 20 TVs.
Right.
And that's a whole different complicated thing. Chris, Leezy, we see you. Don't hang up. We're going to talk. We're going to talk to you when we return here. You want to get in on the phone lines, please do. 916-349-1320. We're giving out our ACR Solar and Roofing Performance of the Night. And I assure you, there is no suspense with this one. It's next. Oh, man. I know our guy Chris used to go to sports bars super early in the morning to watch these games.
5 a.m. for Premier League stuff. Yeah, it's crazy. Somebody check for me. I'll check. This game might be on ESPN. I think the
final
might be on ESPN, like TV, not Plus. Might be. Dr. David, you guys have been talking about it, but Dr. David, Sacramento's a huge fight area. Like they love boxing.
I believe that. Yeah, I believe that.
It's a really big fighting area.
I saw a handful of UFC events here.
Which kind of frustrates me that they don't find a way to get boxing here more. Because I think they would do really good. Like they take this, and it's frustrating. They take boxing to Minneapolis. Like usually you try to get it in the region or the hometown of the fighter, so you get ticket sales, right? Well, these guys aren't from Minnesota, and they take it to the Armory in Minnesota, and it's like, you can do that, man. Bring that joint to Sacramento, man. But they either don't really care about what's going on in Sacramento.
Damn shame. Kenny Doughboy Caraway. Y'all hit the thumbs up while you in here. Pretty please. Hit that thumbs up. Go a long way. Yeah, I saw a couple of his fights here. Yeah, it was definitely a big deal. I think I saw Anderson. I feel like I saw Anderson Silva fight here one time too. I haven't been to a UFC event in a very, 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 very long time. I have no desire to go to one either. But
Yeah, I don't
haven't
think
been
I've
in a long
to
time.
UFC event. It's not really my bag. It's not really my crowd either.
Jesse, it's a radio show, bro. We're in commercial. See, y'all keep telling these jokes. Like, I can't even tweet anything about Ricky Starks without y'all acting up. Like, I can't even say nothing. I just have to sit and act like he doesn't exist.
He lost his belt last night.
He lost to Hook. He lost to Hook. Turned babyface when his partner turned heel.
I don't think I mean like that.
They were heels. They were already heels, but you saw the Ricky Starks baby. It was happening, and the crowd was with it. They did it perfectly. Crowd was with it, and then
No, I don't know.
Got laid out, and it's like he'll pull it off. He'll be able to pull it off.
Great. He's great. He's gonna do whatever. But I think I like heel Starky baby.
Heel Ricky Starks is incredible, but he's had a good run as a heel. I think he can take that next step to a babyface, and the crowd will eat it up. Absolutely eat it up.
Can't
even tweet about it. I can't say nothing. I just have to act like Ricky Starks doesn't exist.
He got him in the tuck.
Y'all suck, man. Oh man.
What did Quentin say that I had to say? Oh yeah. You see Q on his Instagram? He said the Timberwolves are contenders now.
I did see that. Yeah.
I told him cap.
Yeah. I did say I think that now you got to wait to find out what I said.
I'm
at least for those that are watching on stream. For those who are watching or who are listening on the radio, we appreciate you for being here. Whether it's 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2, or it's on the Odyssey app, man. We appreciate you so much for being with us.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
Yo, let's absolutely keep moving forward. The ceiling is the roof. Performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Ain't nothing hotter than the Sacramento Republic. There's no who gets the performance of the night this time. The entire Sacramento Republic team, the entire Sacramento Republic franchise, the entire Sacramento Republic organization gets our ACR Solar and Roofing performance of the night.
What?
That just incredible work from everyone involved last night.
Oh, look. And just in case anybody was wondering, last night was a movie.
It was in fact
a movie. And I kind of hate that whoever, the US Open broadcast or whatever, that's, it's cool. Shout out to them doing the national thing, but something was off with their sound because
you couldn't hear
like nothing was going on.
Yeah,
and you like the live photos, and there's just this blast of yells.
He did a good job of trying to convey the fact it is an atmosphere in here. Like I thought he did a really good job. There were moments, especially in some of the more tense moments late, where you could hear the crowd, but it was definitely
like you go to like Sean Cunningham or Matt George's.
Yeah,
a blast of sound.
And I mean, and that's television. Like that's part of muting the sound behind you and stuff. Like you'd hope there was a way they could like maybe maybe pod the crowd up a little bit because it was and again credit to that ESPN team. They did a good job of trying to convey the fact like, yo, this
no, they didn't sell it short. They were like it's crazy in here right now.
You just couldn't really hear it, which is the tough part. So again, man, this is the most prestigious award you can get. The Ceiling is the Roof Performance of the Night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Congratulations again to the Sacramento Republic.
Yes, indeed. My guys, the Republic, smash Sporting KC.
Okay, you don't have to do that every time. Like you don't. And it's I'm just glad you threw in Sporting this time and didn't just say smash KC, because you did that yesterday and it was odd. It was odd. Jesse noting how prestigious the award, the Ceiling is the Roof Performance of the Night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing Award, is. Keegan Murray, the only multi-time winner. I mean, wow. Kelsey Plum is close. Kelsey Plum kind of got 1.5.
She just got a mention.
I think you're mistaken. I think Kelsey Plum won last week.
Oh.
I'm launching an investigation. I'm launching an investigation into this. 916-349-1320. Let's start with our man, Chris. Chris, what's happening?
Yeah, great show today. Guys, really appreciate you pulling the heartstrings. I was in high school, early 2000s here in Sac. Grew up with season tickets, Stanford, Cal football, in the Oakland days. So Sacramento's 100% a sports city on display. Love to see maybe the Kings and the Republic do something together. Open up the arena. Kings won't be playing yet. Maybe do some Crimson Kings gear. Get everybody fired up to watch the game. That would be awesome. They sold out for a summer league game when the Golden One first opened, so people would come. But I think context is important. I think when people bring up historically when teams, minor league teams, were able to get through in the Open Cup. I mean, this is completely different from what it was 15, 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. It was like a competing professional league. So this, if they beat Orlando, I think is in line with what would be the biggest upset potentially in soccer history. And that is just massive. I love what you guys do when you talk about the G League and you look at where those players are in relation to the NBA players. I think the gap might be bigger between the USL and the MLS. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, in perspective like that, if Stockton goes to, the Staples Center and beats the Lakers, I mean, that is in line with what they did when they beat the Galaxy and now KC.
Wow,
and we appreciate that. That's that, Chris. Thank you. That's great insight. Because
now
I'm not going to pretend to be a soccer expert, so I'm learning a lot here over the course of the last couple of days.
I'm gonna respect Chris and his knowledge because he seems like an avid, football guy. I've heard the opposite. I've heard USL is closer to the MLS than people realize. Not saying that this isn't an upset or this isn't amazing or nothing like that. But like when he talks about the Stockton Kings going to beat the Lakers, those are two different levels. They're not competing professional leagues. Like USL and MLS are competing against each other. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I think this is actually like a affirmation that the USL is just as good as the MLS, or they're like right there. Like I think as a whole, I think the MLS is a higher league or whatever the case may be. But you have a handful of teams or maybe a little bit more of that absolutely can compete on the same level as the MLS teams. And I think that's a positive too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's good for this soccer in this country is you got leagues that are, competitive and it's almost like a mid to late 90s WCW, WWF situation.
Now that I can relate to, that I can fully understand.
Before Chris was saying it was like WWE to Impact.
Oh my! Yeah, that's it. Again, now you're talking my language. This all makes perfect sense to me. I don't know about anybody else, but this makes perfect sense to me. Let's get Leezy's happy. Hey guys, how you doing? Leezy, what's up, man?
Yo, D-Lon KC, what's good, Kim folks? Hey, I just had to call in today, and I agree with you guys. Sacramento is definitely a good sports town. I'm not originally from here. I moved here from Oklahoma, and one of the first big Sacramento moments I had was actually getting to go to the LeBron debut game. And I
very cool.
Crazy it was a big moment. I remember how crazy the crowd was and all that. And Sacramento has a great sports community. You know, we show up for everything, whether it's the California Classic when we have it here, or wrestling events, or the River Cats, or Republic. Sacramento is definitely a great sports town. And as someone that's not from here, I just wanted to, give you guys props.
Well, I appreciate you, Leezy. You know what I'm saying? We adopted you out here in Sacramento, man. So you're a Sacramento.
I don't know what he's giving us props for, but we appreciate it. Thanks, Leezy.
Yeah, man.
What's up, kinfolk? I love Leezy.
He kills me with the kinfolk.
Hey, D-Lo KC, my dog died today. Hey, man, but it's all good. I'm on here with D-Lo KC. I was on with Do Some Mo last night. Did y'all see the shout out I gave you on the Do Some Mo show? Love Leezy.
We appreciate you, Leezy.
Hell yeah. We appreciate Ramsey too. I know, but Ramsey probably got a dissertation on what all this means. Ramsey, you around these organizations, man. Weigh in.
Not just that. You knew I was at the game last night.
Oh, of course you were, because it wouldn't be a movie if Ramsey wasn't there.
Yeah, but I was behind the opposite goal where the penalty kicks were the only goal you can actually sit behind. And I mean, I've been to, if we're talking about the top 3 events, I was at 2 of the 3. I was at the Monarchs clinching the WNBA. I was at this.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be for something, for a best sports moment, it's got to be for something that actually has meaning to where either you advance or you win a championship. We all love the Bibby shot, but
Well, I don't want to diminish Bibby's shot too much. It did matter. Like they put them up 3-2 in the Western Conference Finals. I mean, it's not a advance in the series, but it's advance within the series. That's a big deal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you thought the attention you had sitting at home was there, no.
Oh, man.
It was there, especially because a majority of the second half, KC was coming towards me. Plus, I mean, in the extra time, you flip the field every 50 minutes, and KC came towards me. I think it was the second half of the 15 minutes. Oh yeah, you could cut the tension with a knife.
Yeah,
it felt like Ramsey would understand this. Dr. Dave would understand this. Watching it, it felt like Sporting KC was starting to walk down the Republic because they just kind of. In the first half,
it's a boxing term. I know that term.
Yeah, you just kind of walk them down. You just kind of put pressure on them, and you start to get openings and things of that nature. And it felt that way. I don't know what the number said. I don't know what the shots on goal were, or whatever the case may be. But it felt like they were starting to walk down the Republic in that second half and in the overtime. And they didn't fold though. Republic didn't fold. It's my boys. Told you,
Ramsey, we appreciate you. Ramsey probably driving by Marie's Donuts right now. Ramsey, we appreciate you. You want to be a part of the conversation? We miss anybody here? No, Chris, Lizzie, Ramsey. Great. 916-349-1320. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West, Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Olivia Christian coming up here in about 20 minutes or so, less than 20 minutes. And Matt George, final hour of the show. We'll talk to him about a variety of things. He's going to be live at San Francisco 49ers training camp as we shift our attention now to the other version of football. Matt Maioka wrote that he thinks the 49ers are not releasing Jimmy Garoppolo. I feel like this theory's been out there for a little while, and Matt Maioka may have been the one who started it, that the 49ers don't want to release Jimmy Garoppolo because they don't want him to wind up with the Seattle Seahawks.
Well,
and I have my feelings about that.
What you think? I'll give you mine in a second. What you think?
Well, there's two things here. One, wasn't there some, we want to do right by Jimmy? If Jimmy has the opportunity, and I do think this is an if Jimmy has the opportunity to catch on with the Seahawks or anyone, let him go. Let him go do it. We know he's not going to be. Just let him go. If you want to do right by Jimmy, let him go. 2, we're going to talk like the Seahawks are a quarterback away from being good.
No.
And not a knock, but a Jimmy Garoppolo quarterback away from being good. Like, if you have the right roster in place, sure, throw Jimmy in there and see what happens. I would much rather see Jimmy Garoppolo on the field with that Cleveland Browns roster than who is it, Jacoby Brissett? Like, with all due respect to Jacoby Brissett, like, no, like, I could see Jimmy making a difference on that team. But with Seattle, I don't. I feel like it's inconsequential.
Yeah, Seattle has all the makings to be terrible.
They really do.
Like, they got, what was it?
They'll beat the 49ers twice for reasons known to no one, but they'll be terrible the rest of the year.
I'm going to just run into a wall in my house if they
I believe you.
It's week 2, by the way. Home opener. Seahawks in San Francisco. If they lose that game, I don't know what I'm going to do. They're going to be Sacramento.
Apparently run into a wall.
For all the bad reasons.
Oh, well. You're going to be drinking the Sacramento just without the splash. It's just going to be McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. Nothing else.
That's
no splash when we lose.
But so this is what I got from some of the things that I've heard and read about this. I don't think they don't want him to go to Seattle because they're like scared of the Seahawks. They just don't want it to happen now. Like, they want to put Seattle and Jimmy at as much as of a disadvantage as they can. So if he goes now, and like you said, well, look, here's the thing. They may not be worried about that for the entire season, but they do play them relatively early. They play them week 2.
Sure.
So you could be looking at a situation where if you let him go now and he goes to Seattle, he's got time to learn the offense or whatever. They may not be great.
Or spill your secrets.
That too, right?
Yeah.
That too. Now they may not be great, but he'll be more prepared if he left now than say if he did after the last preseason game and went to them and they had.
And he can still spill any game plan secrets, whatever. Like, you pretty much have to lock Jimmy out of everything, don't you? Like, if going to the Seahawks is realistic, and you're not going to cut him right now, and again, this might not even be realistic. But if it's a real possibility, and maybe even if it's not, your belief is Jimmy Garoppolo is going to play for another football team this year, whether it's the Seattle Seahawks or someone else. You're not running Trey Lance reps like with him around. Like, it's not Trey and who is it? Is it Sutterfield? Who's the
Sutterfield? They got the guy from Iowa State. He might be the backup.
And Jimmy in a quarterback room. Like, you pretty much have to go to Jimmy and go, hey, here's a foam roller. There's the gym.
And they seem to be all good.
And you can go to the cafeteria whenever you want to, but you can't be on the practice field. Like, we can't run our offense in front of you.
And they seem to be all good with that. Even Jimmy's like, from everything that I can read and listen to, everybody's on the same page.
I feel like whatever's
like, Jimmy's not like, oh, they're doing me dirty. I want to.
Yeah.
They're like, nah, this is what it is. We're good. Real quick, the other flip side to that is on Jimmy's side. The reason why he may not be like, they still may be doing right by him with this is, I think Jennifer Lee Chan was talking about this, is she says she thinks Jimmy wants to go to Miami, right? That's where he wants to go. But if he's under the 49ers, umbrella, and he's working out with them, he's under contract with them, him getting a clean bill of health from the 49ers doctors means more than him being on his own as a free agent and, saying I'm healthy, or Dr. James Andrews saying he's healthy for the next team, right? So if an NFL team doctor say he's good to go, the Dolphins or the Seahawks might be like, okay, cool. He got tested in an NFL setting, say he's good, let's pick him up. As opposed to if they cut him today and then he just has Dr. X saying, yeah, no, he's healthy. they still would have to go through their own. Does that make sense at all? That's what she's saying as well. So that's why he's cool still being with the 49ers until he gets the okay from those 49er doctors.
Trey Lance, and this just was pushed out there. Jimmy is my big bro. Lance says he's run into Garoppolo at the 49ers facility during training camp, and it's nothing weird at all. I don't think there's there's no reason for it to be weird. I think everybody knows what time it is. I think whatever happens next with Jimmy Garoppolo and the San Francisco 49ers, everybody's already aware of what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like now, maybe not down to the most minute detail, but maybe the detail right before that. Like hey, you'll probably be here. You'll probably be here for another 3 to 4 weeks, and then at that point, we're working. Here's who we're talking to. We're talking to this team. We're talking to that team. If nothing materializes, or we talk about do right by Jimmy. There is a scenario because I don't think that John Lynch's phone is ringing off the hook. And I don't know how much John Lynch would even be clamoring for a 6th-round pick, not turning my nose up at a pick at all. But if it was, we're doing right by Jimmy. Okay. When the time is right, could you just cut me and let me go where I want to rather than forcing me to, go to, because they're not getting, Baker got a 5th.
Yeah.
Like in 2 years or something like that. There was a time where I thought Jimmy was a valuable trade asset. It appears I was wrong. And I don't know if I was wrong just because I was wrong. I don't know if the surgery made me wrong. But I'm probably at this point 4 to 5 rounds off of what I thought Jimmy Garoppolo could potentially be traded for. So, oopsie.
It happens.
I did not see it playing out like this, though. I very much did not.
Yeah, and then really, to be honest with you, it seems like for everybody involved, there's no benefit to releasing him right now. If what I said was true about he wants a NFL's doctors training staff, okay, and clean bill of health, then he's probably just fine like doing it. Like until they give me, the clean bill of health, I'll stay with the 49ers. I'll continue to work out. I'll use their facilities. I don't have to go to Equinox and pay, $150 a month. I got this for free. So I'll just do that. And when I get the clean bill of health, I know I'll be released at some point because they're not paying me a dime this year. So it's not like they're going to hang on to me and mess with the whole season for me. I'll be able to go to a team. If I wanted to go earlier, unfortunately, that's not going to happen. But that's kind of the move I made when I, went for the surgery. It kind of messed up that trade market. And the 49ers are like, we don't need, like, it's not hurting anything that he's around right now. So just keep him here.
Yeah. The NFC West is interesting. And to me, it all kind of rides on the Cardinals. Because I don't think anyone believes that the Seahawks are going to be good. I think it's a question of how bad are the Seahawks going to be. And I think the Rams, the Rams are looking at 12, 13 wins, in my opinion, or more.
Mm-hmm.
I do expect San Francisco to be good. But I think it could be really top heavy, or it all depends on the Cardinals. Like, what are the Cardinals going to be? I know Kyler Murray was talking today about, the reaction to the homework clause in his contract, and essentially saying, y'all really think I got this far without studying film? You think I just go home and play video games and don't get into this game and understand what I'm doing at all?
And he's right, by the way. He's 100% right. I feel him on
that. Regardless of my issue isn't whether Kyler Murray studies film or not. My issue is more along the lines of why did Arizona feel like they had to put that in there?
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, there are often clauses in contracts, like ones that we might perceive to be weird. There's weight clauses in contracts. There's different stuff like this. My concern is why did they feel the need to put this in there, and how did it become public?
Yeah,
because it feels like the Cardinals have attempted to make Kyler Murray look stupid for months now.
And I was thinking the same thing, and that is a terrible job by them. Terrible job by them. How
them
it got
being
out,
Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona. Yeah. How it got out, that might have been out of their control. That might have just really been a mishap by the agent, and Lock Ford got it, put it out, Rappaport, whoever it was. I don't know what you do. I don't think you hold a press conference for it or anything like that. But if I'm Arizona, I gotta get out somehow that this is common practice. It's nothing. We completely believe in Kyler. He is a leader. He's a guy that stays in the film room. This is even if that's a lie, even if it's not common practice, they should have found a way, went to a radio guy or a blogger or something and been like, nah, this is common practice. This is not anything that's an indictment on Kyler. And they haven't.
Yeah. They've
left him out there to dry.
Yeah. Kyler shouldn't have been the first person to address this. Because I think it stamps what you just said. They kind of just, no, you deal with it. It ain't Cliff Kingsbury's media day, or I don't even know who the general manager of Arizona. It can't possibly still be Steve Klein. I don't know who it is.
Even Cliff Kingsbury should have been one to say something.
But I get why he doesn't, though, because it's not to. I'm not trying to stall Cliff Kingsbury. That's not his job. Cliff Kingsbury wasn't in there negotiating that contract.
You're right. It's not his job, but it felt like somebody got to do something.
I guess what you could have done is you could have left the contract out of it and said, Kyler Murray, man, Steve Keim is still the general manager there. Wow. You could have just said Kyler Murray works his ass off.
Yeah, exactly. You could have just alluded to it without saying the contract. You'd be like, I'm excited for Kyler. I'm excited for Kyler to be back. This guy works. I know he's been working this off season. You can allude to it without actually saying it.
And the story to me is that they didn't. And Kyler had to speak on it. We'll come back. Olivia Christian joins us when we return here on ESPN 1320.
See, there goes.
Come back, I see there around the corner. Around the corner. Staring at Marie's Donuts. Let's get the 3-shot. There it is. Hey now. Oh, Podge up. What's up, buddy?
Hi, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
How do I sound? I heard a big echo when I first came on.
Check 1, check 2. We're good now. I think we're good now.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Okay, great. Yay.
What's happening?
Hey, Kitty Casey Caraway.
What's going on, Mayvacco? How you doing?
Doing great. I'm glad you had a good birthday weekend. Yes.
I did. Yeah. I had a good time. It was different. Usually my birthday is an all-star weekend situation. That's not how it was this time. It was more of a family birthday, but I had a good time. I had a great time.
Nice. My birthday's on Monday.
What?
Oh.
What you got going on?
I'll drop my Venmo link in the chat later if people want to make donations.
Day of August. Oh.
What you got going on for your birthday? Where we going? We're going to an island? Where we at?
I kind of wish. Last year I was in New York and it was amazing. The weather was like perfect and everyone was just out because, it was still kind of post-COVID. People are still like trying to get out. So the streets were filled. People were just dancing. And this year feels a little different being down here. But my boyfriend will be in town. So we'll probably, run around town.
Morton's it is.
Where does your man friend live?
San Francisco.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Have a good weekend. Are you like a
Leo? Yes.
Well, you're definitely a Leo, cousin to the Cancer, you know what I'm saying? Leos are different though. They're different. They're not us. They're different.
Different.
But Are you like I'm gonna celebrate my birthday all weekend, all month? You know, the birthday month people, or are you just like it's one day and I leave it at that?
You know what? I'm the youngest of 4, and all of my siblings' birthdays are like November, January. So by the time August came, it was party time. We had big, and I've continued to do that year after year, like get everybody, like it's a big. So this is the quietest birthday we'll likely have, but I definitely like to do all month long, and it kind of sucks that my birthday is the first day of August. You know, like if your birthday's like Damien, like midway through, you can kind of claim the beginning and claim the end. So it's a little less wild, but being a Leo, I don't care. We're gonna celebrate.
Damn Leos. Well, I'll tell you, man.
Oh, that sounds like hateration.
Wait, Damien, what are you, the 13th?
Yeah. The 13th.
Yeah, that'll be a good time now.
I did hear a little bit of your discussion about Sacramento and is it a sports town? And
they need to put some respect on my name. You understand me?
Put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all saying my name, put some respect on it.
Every time I hear that, I only hear the Instagram Reels version of it.
Right. That is an all-timer.
Yeah.
My man Birdman. That was like 5-6 years ago.
That was a while ago.
A while ago, yeah.
Everybody knows it too when they hear it. They're like, oh yeah, Birdman. Yeah.
Was that on the Breakfast Club?
Mm-hmm.
I think so, yeah.
He came in for like 2 minutes. Just mad. It was like,
Just came in angry.
Did you see Nope, Olivia?
Yes, I saw it over the weekend. I was in San Jose. My family from all over the country was in San Jose visiting with my dad, and my sister and nephew and niece were like, we have to go. And I'm super scared of scary stuff. Like, I don't like being scared. It's not fun. So we saw an early show. It was like 7:30. And
sun was still up.
Yes. We walked outside. We're like, oh, it's still daytime. But I was not scared. It's not that kind of movie. I assumed it was. Huh? But it was a little,
Hang on. I hadn't seen it. We're coming back. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you want to watch the show, if you're scrolling through your timeline on Twitter, check us out at ESPN1320 as well. You can even watch the show there as we welcome in the host of The Game Last Nightcap, 1320 host and contributor Olivia Christian. Olivia was giving us a breakdown on the movie Nope. Now we're gonna so we'll ask this: have you seen Get Up or Get Out?
Get out.
Like,
yes, I've seen. I saw
the whole film with Greenberg.
Yeah,
with Grady.
I'm like, no, I don't watch that. Yes, I saw Get Out.
And you saw Us.
No, Us is too scary. I can't do that.
Okay,
that's scary,
two very different types of scary movies.
I never saw Get Out, so I haven't seen it.
That's wild. That really is wild.
I saw Us though.
See, my credentials are constantly questioned about me and the culture, and you haven't even seen Get Out.
See, that's what it is.
I don't know, man. That's that. I don't watch a lot of movies, but I watch movies for the culture though.
It's
like 48 out of 50 on that thing you guys talking about.
Jordan Peele begs to differ, bro. Like,
Get Out. I didn't see Get Out.
It's the episode of Blackish where they go to see Back of the Bus, the Rosa Parks story, and everyone wants to go see the superhero movie, and Anthony Anderson goes into the lobby and says, "You're a bad black person." That's what's happening. I didn't support Jordan Peele.
Well, I saw Nope over the weekend, but I did have to go read some think pieces. I'm like,
you always have to do that with Jordan Peele movies.
But I got Get Out. Like I was kind of like,
hush, little baby, don't you cry.
I love that she's talking about like Nope, the horror movie, and this is happening like as she's attempting to describe it. And this is what we do here on the live stream for those who aren't watching just on the radio. Olivia has frozen, her internet has probably died. What we do, and I'm sure Kenny did this with me yesterday when it happened to me, is we just leave the frozen shot up on the screen. we allow it to be screenshotted by everyone watching, and it gets to be circulated around social media. And it is very much that is that I don't remember if it's AT&T or Verizon or Xfinity or who it is.
Hilarious.
But
cracks me up.
Mike said Olivia's internet said nope. Nope.
Speaking of Get Out, didn't Get Out came out at the same time or around the same time as, was it Black Panther or Birth of a Nation? I think it was Black Panther.
I don't think it was Black Panther.
I feel like, because I remember I was with somebody, like not with somebody, but like I was talking to one of the homies, and he was like,
Get Out's
way better than Black Panther. And I was like, well, they're two different movies, but
the same thing. Like, what are we doing right now?
So they're two different movies. So I don't know what that has to do with anything.
I don't know.
But I remember because I saw
2000.
I saw something and I didn't see Get Out. I think it was Birth of a Nation, but it might have been Black Panther. I don't know. Birth of a Nation was a wild one.
Well, there's another version of Birth of a Nation.
Yeah, the original. That's a wild one. The what's his name? Nate Parker.
They're a year apart. Yeah. I did the new one. Yeah, they're a year apart. I got January. No, that's Sundance. February 24th, 2017 for Get Out, and February 16th. Oh, there's too many damn release dates. February 16th, 2018 for Black Panther.
Oh yeah, okay. So maybe it's the Birth of a Nation. I guess.
You want to try this again?
Yeah, if you're willing
Have you
to.
seen Birth of a Nation, Olivia?
Birth of a Nation? No.
Yeah.
No, see, she sent you not the original one, the one from like
the one from like 6 years ago.
I didn't watch that one either. Maybe because I thought it was like the original. I'm like, I'm not trying to play that. I'm not trying to watch it.
No, he wasn't playing around this time.
That first one is a sight, though. It is absolutely a sight. I know what you have been watching. I want you to know I watched episode 2 of The Captain this morning just for you. I told you last week and it completely slipped my mind to bring up your beloved Derek Jeter's new docuseries during our conversation last week, and we started talking about it like as you were saying goodbye. And I told you that episode 1 did not move me, and I had zero incentive to tune into week 2 until I saw Olivia. Okay, all right, I'm gonna watch episode number 2. It was fine. I didn't think it was good. I didn't think it was. I don't think it's particularly insightful. It's not boring. It's like, all right, like cool. It's Derek Jeter talking about being competitive and nightlife in New York. Like, cool.
Yeah, I think what I love most about it, it's just like kind of going down memory lane, being reminded of what happened during that era, seeing what we all looked like, remembering how, those big plays came to be, and being introduced to his family in Kalamazoo. That kind of stuff is fun for me because I like Derek and I like the Yankees. But if you're lukewarm on him, you're not going to find out a bunch of secret things, I think, in the Captain series, which is different than, I think, The Last Dance. It's because they were producing that stuff way back when. They were collecting all of that footage for years and years. And now this is just different. But I'm glad we're getting a little bit more from him in terms of his personality and what he was thinking during the process, because he didn't really let people in. And he talks about that.
You're getting? Like, I'm not leaving with anything.
Well, when he talked about negotiating his contract and he was feeling the love, he was a toast of the town. And he, at that point, realized, this is a business. And they were all, he thought he was going to walk into the kind of contract that he thought he deserved. And they were like, yeah, you're good now, but you're not that good. Let's look at the stats. And we're like, oh man. So, and then him talking about loyalty one way is just stupidity. And just, again, thinking about like the mindset of an athlete at that point. It's like, yeah, you as fans, we want them to be diehard and play for the teams that they initially were on. And we love them. When they leave, it's like, how can you leave us like that? And he's like, well, management doesn't want to pay me what I'm worth. So this is a business. And even Derek Jeter, who is the toast of the town, who has kind of like the best kind of rep, based on his relationship with writers and things, like he is talking about how difficult that was to recognize that. And again, as a fan, you have to be reminded of the fact that they've got to make this money while they can. They're super young. And I just like hearing that conversation. I love seeing the relationship he has with his parents and, always showing up to games and looking for them in the crowd. And I love that he talked about liking playing in front of huge crowds. That's when he really tried to turn it up. He loved playing in front of people. And I think it was evident at the time, but just hearing him discuss it just makes me a bigger fan, if that's even possible.
Let me ask you this, Maybago. Why do you think this always happens with athletes? And what I mean is the athlete gets so hurt that the loyalty or the business comes up in whatever it is, baseball, basketball, whatever the case may be. Like, it hasn't happened hundreds of times before. Like, why do they, like, I can't believe that they offered me this. And now I know it's a business. It's always been a business. Maybe they don't watch sports, maybe they don't pay attention to sports the way we think they do. But this happens, like, it feels like damn near every year in every sport, where somebody thinks they're worth something and the team goes, no, we're going to pay you this and whatever. But then, like, Derek Jeter, for instance, like, I didn't know. Like, what'd you think? Like, that's what your agent's for. You should be showing your stats to A-Rod stats and be like, look, this is what he got. They're going to pay him this. They're going to offer you this. Now we're going to try and get this, but don't be like blown away when they only offer you this. Like, why are they? I don't understand why they're always confused by this.
I think they're different. And until you get to the pros, you have special and different. You played on the same team forever. You're the star of that team in college, and he was drafted out of high school. So he thought he was different. He was on the cover of every magazine. He's on David Letterman. He's walking into every club in New York, and they're putting him on his shoulders. He doesn't buy a drink or a sandwich anywhere. So like you start feeling yourself. I understand that. But yeah, the reality is it all comes crashing down once it's time to re-sign that contract. The reality of it being a business always hits you, and it hits you hard.
Yeah, they tell you they love you for, I don't know, 2 years or so until you ask for more money. And it's like, we don't love you like that. We love you a little bit, but not like that. I'll tell, in terms of storytelling, one thing they laid the groundwork for the Alex Rodriguez stuff.
Yeah, 3 and 4 is about to turn.
Yeah, they did a really good job of, not yet, but here's the start. This is you're right. I know y'all are waiting for this. Here's the start. They did a really, really good job of laying the groundwork for that.
They did, and I had that little story about Buster Olney in there. They talked about Alex and Derek Jeter being on the cover of Sports Illustrated, and Derek's got him in a little bit of a light headlock, and they're smiling. And Buster Olney tells the story that A-Rod came to him and said, we're never going to do interviews together again. They had already become friends. We're never doing that again because I don't want to be thought of as like his little brother. Cut to A-Rod saying that never happened. Total lie. That story is fabricated. And I'm like, who do I believe? A-Rod or Buster Olney? It's a toss-up. But A-Rod's like, nah, they're always trying to pit people against each other.
The next clip was super interesting though, because it went from the story to Alex Rodriguez's response, which was adamant that didn't happen. Yeah. And then it went to Derek Jeter, who was like, oh, I never looked at it as a competition. We won.
Yes. I feel like there might be a little bit of a middle there, because Derek was like, I don't care about stats. I got rings.
That's right. Right.
Like, the crazy thing about that is it feels like A-Rod wanted them to be like close. And mind you, I haven't seen the episode yet. I got them on the DVR. Haven't had a chance to watch them. So I got to watch them. I'm on it. I'm actually interested in this. I had no interest in Tom Brady. When this Derek Jeter thing popped up, I was like, yeah, I want to see what's up with Derek. So, I'm interested in this. I want to check this out. But it seems like A-Rod wanted everything to be cool, and Derek was the competitor. Derek was the guy that was getting after it all the time. And he didn't care if we weren't cool. Him and A-Rod weren't cool. He was like, I want to take your heart out. I want to be better than you. I want to be looked at as the best shortstop out of this whole little group. And A-Rod was, it's hard to explain because A-Rod was the most talented. So it seems like A-Rod almost was like, come on, man, this ain't even a competition. I know I'm better than you. Let's just be friends. Like, that's how it came out for me.
I think
I'm
you
better
got to
than
watch.
all you guys. Let's just be friends.
You definitely have to catch up on the series. And I think if Alex was showing us his docu-series, we'd have a different idea of what the relationship was like. But in the first 2 episodes or so, Derek talks about them growing up and where they met and how they became friends and, getting into the league.
Mm-hmm.
But the way that Derek Jeter talks about wanting to play his best always, and like, he's just determined. And he just makes me think about like that Kobe mentality and MJ. Like they don't care about all this other stuff. Are we winning or not?
Mm-hmm.
We could be friends. Yes. He wants, he likes the adulation and all of those things. But even after he won rings, he was like, all right, well, we got next season. We can celebrate for a week or two, but practice begins. And I think you have to have that kind of mentality in order to be as successful as those 3 names that I mentioned are, to have that kind of fan base that sticks with you because they can see how much heart you put in. Even those years where it was lean for Yankee standards anyway, they still had faith and that was their guy. But in terms of what you said about Tom Brady, I didn't want Tom Brady stuff either. And I think it's because we didn't get a break. Like Tom is still for a while. And
I'm sorry. It's not working.
Ah.
It's not working.
I want to hear what Olivia had to say today too. There was a couple things I wanted to ask her about.
We got to get a really long Ethernet cable or something.
Yeah, she's got to go direct to the modem.
It's not like the series is cool. The series, like it's not particularly groundbreaking for me to know that, like, especially a dude who won at Jeter's level and you played in New York for that long, that you're hyper competitive. Now I'll admit some of the, like, to the degree, that it is. It's very Jordan, Kobe-ish. But again, that shouldn't be surprising for guys of that caliber who were great for that long. It shouldn't be particularly surprising to learn that.
So I think Derek Jeter is the type of guy who I absolutely love because he got the most out of what he had. He got the absolute most out of what he had. I love to see that. Here's the interesting thing to me. And damn, this is gonna sound like hate, but I love Derek Jeter. I really do. I love what he represents, the leader that he was, or whatever. But when we talk about Kobe and Jordan, Derek was never that on that level of good
player, right?
He
Yeah,
was not Kobe and Jordan,
right?
And in that whole the quartet of him, A-Rod, Omar, and Nomar, I don't think he was more talented than
he was fourth. It's weird. He's one of the it's the power of the market, right?
Yes,
like
absolutely.
Jeets is an icon.
Yes,
but no one's like arguing he's one of the greatest top 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. I don't even know 20 baseball players we've ever seen.
Yeah, he's not on the list of like when you're making a list, like he's not in the discussion. But he's like you said, he's an icon. He's an absolute icon.
It's the power of the market, in my opinion. It's the power of the market. And I don't want to diminish that, like, oh, it's just market size. We know it's different in New York. Like there's an expectation, I guess, that in New York and Los Angeles, you're supposed to win for whatever reason. Like in those 2 markets, you're supposed to win. And they're massive markets with massive amounts of scrutiny. It's funny too, because Chicago's kind of lumped in there too. Like Chicago's this big sports market. San Francisco's 4th, aren't they?
They're 5th. I think Philly's 4th.
Okay, it's top 5. Like Bay Area's right. And I don't feel like the expectations are the same for those organizations as they are, and they're certainly not covered the same the way that the Giants and Jets and Yankees and Mets are.
Well, I think it's
bro. What you know about that?
I think that it is franchise specific. So when you mention those markets, the Lakers are expected to win. The Yankees are expected to win. And in the Bay Area, now we may be seeing a dynamic shift with what's going on. Maybe not, because the Giants won 3 championships too, and I don't think they have the same expectations. The Niners are expected to win. They're expected to win. That doesn't mean, like, we know they've had lean years and all this other stuff. I'm not saying that. Hear what I'm saying. Niners are expected to win. Why is there so much scrutiny over Trey Lance? It's because he's the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers.
I agree with that. And he was drafted number 3. But hey, you're
right.
You're absolutely right. I agree.
But like, that's so if Jeter played for the Mets, if he won 4 championships, he'd still be, an icon. But it wouldn't be the same. You know what I mean? It's Jeter 4 championships with the Yankees and being the captain for the Yankees that pushes him into that icon status. We talk about those 4.
A 5-time World Series winning team.
He won 5. I shorted him. He won 4. I said he won 4. He won 5. My bad, Jeter. He won 5. We talk about those 4. I'll run it back. I think he was better than Omar Vizquel. Was he better than Omar?
But it's a conversation. Omar Garcia-Parra was really good.
He was. I'll give him 3rd. He was better than Omar Vizquel.
I mean,
Omar Vizquel was a wizard with the glove, but he couldn't hit anywhere near the way Jeter could.
Jeter was this 14-time All-Star,
3,000 hits.
Nomar. The accomplishments don't measure up.
Yeah.
Nomar's got a career batting average of 313. Jeter 310. Yeah, they're not comparable. Like, it's Jeter.
It's almost what I say with Dame and Steph Curry. Like, just playing baseball, Nomar could probably do everything Jeter could, but when you bring in the resumes, it's no comparison.
There is I also don't want to shortchange the job you have as being the captain of the New York Yankees, being the shortstop of the New York Yankees, being that young in that moment and winning World Series as quickly as you do, because when you win that quickly, there's nowhere to go. Well, and it's only one direction, and he arguably never really win it. Like, he never like completely tailed off. Like, they kept winning World Series. I mean, his last one was 2014. So he won no, that's not right. 2009. He won his first one in 1996, his last one in 2009.
Yeah.
It's a good stretch of championship baseball.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Jeter
never won an MVP.
He was never MVP caliber.
That's kind of weird, though. That's kind of wild, isn't it? Like, he was never an MVP caliber player.
No.
I wonder what the highest he ever finished in voting was. Like, probably what is Jeter's best season?
If I had to guess, I'd say it's somewhere between 98 and 2000. One of those 2 years was probably his best year.
We were doing cross sport comps yesterday, and Jesse just hit us with this one, and I'll pose it as a question because I was trying to think of one in my head, and I was coming up with names that just didn't work. Is Jeter Jimmy Butler?
Is Jeter Jimmy Butler? Maybe so. That's not bad. I mean, without the obviously, Jeter got to another, with the actual winning, he got to another level.
So here's the one that I was trying to work out live during the conversation in my head as we were talking. I still don't think it works, though. Jeter and Duncan? Because
it
doesn't work.
Duncan was so much better.
But he was, but no one said, and he won an MVP. But what I was thinking was, no one says Tim Duncan is the greatest basketball player ever.
Right.
I don't even know that. I mean, I guess Tim Duncan probably does crack some people's stuff. I don't know, man. I don't have a comp for Jeter. Jeter might be one of one.
I got one for you.
Okay.
I got one for you.
Aaron Fox. Oh, never mind.
Derek Jeter and Isaiah Thomas, Detroit Pistons. Never considered the greatest.
Okay.
Champion, a winner. Even when he was winning, he was never an MVP candidate.
He was good.
That type of guy, but he's an icon in the sport. Now Jeter's a bigger icon in baseball than Isaiah is in basketball.
Yeah. Jeter, I really think Jeter is one of one. Like, name another player who you can name another athlete who you can say definitively they were not the best player in the game ever at any point in their 20-year career.
Can I put something out there? And this might be sacrilegious. You guys don't get mad at me. I don't know if this guy won MVPs. I don't know. I should know, but I don't know. And please, all my people, hear what I'm saying because I love Jeter. It's Derek Jeter, Joe Montana.
Wasn't Joe?
Did Joe win an MVP? I don't know. I don't know if he did or not. But
I
Joe,
don't see that one.
So, for instance, Joe was never.
Joe has been considered one of the. Joe won two
because he won. He won two MVPs.
Two of them.
Okay, so yeah, he's better than Jeter.
I don't think that's it. I don't. There is. I don't think there is one. There isn't a player of the status of Derek Jeter in any sport who. Like you talk about LeBron. LeBron is the best. He's the absolute. Kobe Bryant at one time was the best. Giannis, right? Steph, like if you want to throw Steph in, Steph is the best. Jeter's like, no, Jeter's the Yankees. No, there's like 8 players better than him, but he's on the Yankees,
right?
And that's the difference.
Yeah. Crazy. That's crazy.
Olivia Christian said
one.
He really is. He really is, boy. This list of Joe Montana accomplishments is deep, boy. I'm texting Butch and
look. Is the list deeper than Derek Jeter's? Derek Jeter's list of accomplishments is crazy.
It's actually not as many numbers, but the list is longer.
But he got the 2 MVPs, which takes him above.
Yeah, and that puts him in a different category.
I wasn't sure if he won MVPs or not.
We'll come back. It was a young Kenny Caraway. It was 89. I think it was 90. We'll come back.
I thought Jerry should have got one of those.
I mentioned, well, it's the age-old question. Does the quarterback make the receiver? Does the receiver make the quarterback? We mentioned De'Aaron Fox there. We'll talk. Lists are always fun. Well, an interesting one came out. We'll dive into it when D'Lo and Casey return here on ESPN 1320.
You guys keep saying D Wade.
You need to reconnect. You didn't even hear that. You need to reconnect. Sorry. Yeah, we legit just did 28 minutes on Derek Jeter.
You guys keep saying D Wade. D Wade had a couple. I'm not even a big D Wade fan. Obviously, you guys know that, but I think he had a couple of MVP caliber seasons. Paul Pierce is a good one. Paul Pierce is a good one. Paul Pierce is a good one.
Interesting.
Iverson, no. Iverson didn't have the winning.
No.
And I love Allen.
Like, you guys can do this all day. There isn't one. Like, there just isn't one. Like, I think this fruit you're pulling from is too far at the bottom of the tree. Like, you've got to go, like there just isn't one. Isaiah's okay. It might be the closest we've gotten, but I'd argue Jeter's a bigger. Like, Jeter's the face of a generation. Like, he's the face of a baseball generation.
Wow.
Maybe even more than, like, Barry might have been the best player of that generation. But if we consider if those overlap, and I know Barry started before, Barry's career started before, maybe those are two different generations. I'm not sure, but like, I think that's the face. That's Derek Jeter.
It's so hard to equate because once again, it's the Yankees.
That's right.
Right.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So
that's right. It's the Yankees.
If Derek Jeter would have won 4 titles they weren't around for then, but for the Nationals, he might not be Derek Jeter. Right. He had the same career on a different team, and it wouldn't be the same.
He'd be Buster Posey.
He'd be Buster Posey.
It's like, and he'd be loved in San Francisco, but he
kind of forgot everywhere else. Somebody said Triple H.
It's definitely not the Miz.
Was Triple H ever the best wrestler in the company?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm trying to. Triple H sort of had a. He had a era, like a early 2000s era. No, because Brett's probably considered one of the greatest of all time. Brett's not falling out of. If you did the list of the greatest wrestlers of all time, Brett's probably not falling out of. He's certainly not falling out of 5. He might not even fall out of. I don't know. He's not falling out of top 5. Like if I went Sean, Brian, you're either going Brett or Flair next.
Oh yeah. And Steven Rand, we'll talk about this on Corners of the Culture. But I didn't say, maybe I did say it. Tribe Called Quest, that's subjective. I'm not going to call them overrated. I'm not interested in Tribe Called Quest. I'll put it to you that way.
That might be the one right there. Bruno Sammartino. That might be the one. Won titles in New York. That might be the one.
Is he Taker?
Dude, they're not the greatest wrestlers of all time, Bryce. Stop it.
I bet. Well, that's what is Jeter Taker.
That might be it. That might be it. That might be it.
If that makes sense.
That might be it. The Undertaker is Derek Jeter.
I feel like might be it. Something today. We couldn't find it in Real Sports, but
we have fixed everything. You've got to go
find it in Real Sports. Well, we found it in wrestling. Let's go.
We can always relate stuff to wrestling and make life easier. We've determined that Derek Jeter is the Undertaker. That's absolutely like the Undertaker. Lived in the Hogan era, he lived in the Rock era, he lived in Stone Cold's era, he lived in the Cena era. If Triple H had an era, he lived through that. Derek Jeter is the Undertaker. That's how it works. 916-349-1320. I'm guessing Mike's got a different comp than the Undertaker for us. Mike, what's happening?
Yeah, I had a name for you guys.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you guys follow it, but Stevie Yzerman. Longevity career was pretty much the same, and he didn't get a lot of recognition, but he was the captain of the Red Wings for many, many years.
Yeah, man, I got to tell you, that's out of my jurisdiction. But I know Stevie Yzerman. I'm just not familiar with like who he was as a player. I know he was with those great Red Wings teams, and he's a legend or whatever. I didn't see enough to be able to I get that. But I got that.
You got that Mike Tyson drop queued up over there because I think that one that one.
Listen, I'm from a different culture.
No, that's because the name. Like I can't speak intelligently on it. Like I know hockey names, but I ain't gonna be able to speak intelligently on them.
Jaromir Jagr.
Okay, calm down. Like you're doing a lot now. I don't know. David Jackson says that's a great comp. He's with that. All right,
I'm gonna roll with those guys.
I'll ride with y'all.
I'm gonna ride with them. It's all good.
Still think the Undertaker one is good, but that's not for everybody. That's fine. That's fine.
Corners of the culture. We're doing our thing. I had just like a little mini discussion because I had said a while back on the show, I'm not a big Tribe Called Quest fan.
Mm-hmm.
I just brought that up, and they're getting at me in the chat for that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't care.
You'll
I'm
catch
not
heat.
a Tribe Called Quest fan.
One of my
bad. Like I'm not saying they stink. I don't remember the last time I listened to Tribe Called Quest. And if I want to, let me hear something. Tribe Called Quest is going to be like not on my list. That doesn't mean they're not great. They're great. They're great. They're legends. But they're just not on my list.
I'm putting together a Tribe Called Quest Essentials to play at your de facto birthday party coming up here in a couple of weeks.
That's your
one of my favorite things to do it. Like if you mention hip hop, I mentioned Big one night and then Jay. I tweeted something about Jay, and inevitably sometimes it's the same person, sometimes, but the one person. Have you even listened to Paid in Full? Like, no, dog. Like, I've been following hip hop for 30 something years. I've never listened to Eric B. and Rakim. Eric B. and Rakim was ahead of his time, no doubt. That was 40 years ago. There is no world where Rakim is the greatest rapper of all time
today. Rakim changed the game, though. We'd still be talking about broken glass everywhere if Rakim didn't just
see. I don't like when you do that, and I know you did that to get under my skin because that pisses me off when you do that. Because that's not the same. That's not the same as have you ever went over a friend's house to eat and the food just ain't no good. I mean, the macaroni soggy, the peas are moist, and the chicken tastes like wood. Like, yo, now who goes, yeah, that's my jam? Who not living in 1979 goes, yeah, that's my jam?
If you're skating, if you're at a skate party, they might bounce to it better. Yeah, you at a skate party, you get out.
No, then you're just putting on good times. You're just putting on these are the good times.
No, the message is classic, but Rakim does get credit for
he was different
for changing how you rap.
And that's how I feel about Big. Like Big was years ahead of his time, in my opinion. Like Big rapped in a way that he was just ahead. Like it was different. And that's why, Rakim gets that nod. Big will get the nod, but it's like Derrick Rose or it's like
Russ is in there. You say Russ?
Yeah, you can't be the greatest of all time. Like it's too short. Right. I think Big is the greatest rapper I've ever heard. Doesn't mean he's the greatest of all time. Mm-hmm. But in terms of rappers I've ever heard, Biggie is the greatest.
He's got the best album of all time.
And Jay is really, really close for me.
We'll talk about this.
You never heard Nas? Ugh. Nah, dog. I've never listened to that.
Remember when the Rolling Stone came out with their top 200 albums of all time?
Yeah.
And I was listening to something about that, and they were talking about how ridiculous it was. And they were like, I think they had Cardi B, Invasion
like
of
top
Privacy.
10.
Yeah, it was like, I want to say it was like 16 or something like that. And they had Illmatic at 28. They're like, who came up with the list and finalized it that said Invasion of Privacy is better than Illmatic?
How old were the people that made the list? And what is their background? Like you can't be, yeah. I mean, hip hop is about to turn 49 years old.
Mm-hmm.
There are plenty of people around who have been around since the beginning.
Right.
We don't have to bring in a bunch of 25-year-olds to determine what the best hip hop album is of all time.
It's crazy. And I like Invasion of Privacy, but I would have never thought it was like on any list of the greatest albums of all time. Has some smashes though. When I heard I Like It Like That, I was like, this is going to be huge.
Yeah.
And it was. I like Cardi. That's my girl, though.
We're going to do an episode on women in hip hop because Megan Thee Stallion got bars.
Oh, she does, for sure. I love Plan B.
Bars.
I love Plan B.
Yeah,
I love that song.
Yeah.
I love that
and
song.
I thought I was going to hate. I don't know if it's called Girls in the Hood. I thought I was going to hate that record. That record's hot.
Nah,
that record. It's not for me.
Yeah,
it's for Miss P, but that record's hot.
Megan dope. Sleazy in the chat talking about, like, you gonna make me do this. I love Missy. Let's not slander Cardi. We're not gonna slander my girl Cardi. That's my girl. All right. Period. Cardi B, that's my girl. We're not putting her down at all.
Missy was ahead of her time. Missy was ahead of her time. So I think reporters went investigating after the Kyler Murray news earlier in the week. NOLA.com is reporting that Zion Williamson has a weight clause, and he could lose his guaranteed money if the sum of his weight and body fat percentage is not below 295.
295.
Every reporter is digging into who.
Wait a minute. Well, again, you said if he goes above 295.
I'm just reading the headline. So it says Pelican star could lose guaranteed money if the sum of his weight and body fat percentage is not below 295.
Man.
So my guess would be if he weighs 270
and
you gotta have
body fat or something.
Yeah, he's got to have something below it, which for a professional athlete should not be that difficult.
No, a lot of these, like I said, it's fine. Like they don't necessarily need to come out.
No, again, it's not uncommon. Like that was the point in all of this is with the Kyler stuff. It's not uncommon. But why did that one get released? Like, or how did that one get released or leaked or however you want to phrase it? We know why this one's out there. Someone saw the Kyler Murray stuff and went digging and tried to figure out and they found out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's anyone surprised?
No.
Again, weight clauses aren't uncommon. Like this type of stuff isn't uncommon. The fact that it's public and it's not presented by the player, then that's different. A lot of times you hear about these after players retire. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, I had a weight clause in my Patriots contract or whatever. I had this clause in my Patriots contract."
Yeah, the Cardinals.
If you dig deep enough, you could probably find one that says I couldn't be out past 3 a.m.
Yeah,
you could probably find one of those.
Right.
During the regular season, I couldn't be out past 3 a.m.
What was Jerry Jones trying to do with Dez? Well, then he had some crazy clauses he was trying to do with, like he had a curfew or something like that. Like it was something.
I remember he had a chaperone.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, his chaperone was Mr. Hill. It was Grant's dad, I think.
Maybe he'd be out without his chaperone at a certain time or something like that.
I don't think he could be out without his chaperone, period.
We'll
have to dig into that. But yeah, that I absolutely remember that.
Yeah, the Cardinals are doing Kyler dirty though. They're doing, not with having the clause in there, but the story that's come from that and them leaving him out there to dry.
I still don't think they've said anything, have they?
I don't think so either. Directly or indirectly.
I know I did read this morning that Kyler Murray's media session wasn't planned. Like it was a bit of I'll say it wasn't planned. Like it was a surprise to the media. I don't know if Cliff Kingsbury has spoke yet. I love this. Mike Florio's article. Kyler Murray's anger should be directed at no one but the Cardinals. Yeah, it is, and this it should be, and this doesn't feel the best way to get this new partnership started here, or this extended partnership started.
And we talked about it the other day when we brought it up, and people keep going back to the quote of him saying, "I'm not the type to be in the book 24 hours a day."
Mm-hmm.
You gotta be careful with that. He's not saying he don't study.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He's just saying that's just not really my style to, like, all day and all night be watching film. So maybe he typically does 2.5 hours. Like he's still watching film and doing his homework and stuff like that. At least that's what I believe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know. I don't know. You know, and maybe the clause wasn't more so if he doesn't do his homework. But we think there's another level that you get if you do a little bit more or whatever the case may be. Maybe that's why we've struggled so much in the second half. I don't know. But it shouldn't have came out. And when it did come out, there should have been some type of PR work done by the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, this relationship does not feel healthy.
No.
This feels like the beginning of Kendrick Lamar's "We Cry Together." Like we gotta watch this one closely. By the way, did you see our man Kamara at the Kendrick Lamar concert in Orlando?
Oh, I saw a clip on IG. I didn't get a chance to see the whole thing.
Yeah. I had been wondering if I needed to see him again at the Golden One Center, and I wonder no longer.
When is it? Is it August 20th?
It's the end of August. Yeah, we need to be there. Yeah, we need to be there. You need to get a pass. You need to be able to leave the house at the end of August. All you can say, look, I'm going with D-Lo. Like, what are we talking about? Like, we gonna want to be home by 11 anyways. Like, it's fine. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey.
Kendrick. You might want to check out Kendrick too.
Well, let's go. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Matt George going to join us coming up about 1 hour from right now. Hoops Hype put out a list. Lists are always fun of the top 25 point guards in the league. Now it's interesting, like James Harden's on it. I guess you can call James Harden a point guard. Like there's a little bit of subjectiveness to who they consider a point guard. They consider Luka Doncic point guard. As a matter of fact, I think they put Luka Doncic number 1 and Steph Curry number 2. Of course, we had to go scour where De'Aaron Fox was and who was ahead of him. Well, De'Aaron Fox, according to Hoops Hype, and actually what Hoops Hype wrote, let's see what Hoops Hype said. They have him as number 18. Problem with that?
Save for maybe 2 or 3 guys. When you go through the rest of the list, it's not that bad.
Would you like to know who's around him? First of all, here's what they said. Sacramento Kings point guard De'Aaron Fox has seemingly hit a wall in his development, but considering the level he's played at the last 3 seasons, that's not a slight. Over that span, Fox has averaged 23.2, 6.5 assists, 1.4 steals on 47.6% shooting. The issue with his output remains with regards to his outside shooting, as Fox has hit just 30.6% of his triples in that span. He goes on, even if Fox never becomes an average shooter from 3, though he remains one of the most explosive two-way point guards in the league. That caught my attention when I read it this morning. He's still just 24 and has a bright future thanks to his lightning quick skills with the ball in his hands and pick and roll scoring prowess. He goes on to talk about Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray. Overall, very nice write-up on De'Aaron Fox. Who's around him? All right. Jamal Murray at number 17.
Fair.
Bit of a question mark coming off of injury, but yeah, okay.
That's fair though.
Your man's in Brooklyn, by way of Philadelphia. Ben Simmons, 16.
I don't. Okay. I don't know how you can have Ben Simmons here today. He may be more accomplished and all this other stuff. We haven't seen the man.
Ben Simmons ain't played in a minute.
Come on, man.
But neither is Jamal Murray.
No. So if I'm okay with Jamal Murray, I guess I got to be okay with Ben Simmons.
Well,
but yeah.
Number 15. Again, De'Aaron's 18. Number 15. From the great state of Indiana, one of the most exciting young point guards in the league, Tyrese Halliburton has exploded onto the scene since arriving in the NBA, flashing creative playmaking skills and solid scoring, particularly thanks to his shooting. All in all, Halliburton is already productive and still has room to grow. The future is bright for the young Pacer.
You know what's funny about this? And Tyrese we say this all the time. He's a good ball player, man. We like Tyrese. You know what I mean? That's a heck of a ball player. But on this little write-up on this article, they back up their argument, or they make their argument one way or another by putting up the traditional numbers, right? Your points, rebounds, and assists. I'm looking. They don't have that in Tyrese's bio.
No, the only
Because it don't match up. It don't match up.
The only and the traditional stats that you're talking about, the ones that they used for De'Aaron Fox just 3 slots earlier, the only one that they used was his 3-point percentage. Everything else is some random analytics deep dive. I got to work really hard to find this number.
Come on, man. It don't add up. He's a good ball player. He's going into his 3rd year. He's still young. So
first 3-year player to ever go into the Hall of Fame. First time ever.
He retired now. He's a 2-year player.
He could. Yeah, he's Rakim. Let's just call it what it is. Like he could retire right now and be in people's minds the greatest of all time. He's already dropped ready to die in life after death. Like he's good. 2 greatest. We didn't know it as we were watching it, but man, the 2 greatest seasons in history.
Tyrese, he's just not better than De'Aaron Fox. He never was at any point. I don't think he ever will be better than De'Aaron Fox, but we ain't even talking about a futures list. We talking about right now. Right now, he's not a better player than De'Aaron Fox.
I want to look to see. They got Jalen Brunson at 19, Marcus Smart at 20. They got Marcus Smart at 20. Lonzo's at 21.
Halliburton ain't better than Marcus Smart.
They got no, he's not. They got Russ at 22, D'Lo at 23, Josh Giddey, and Kyle Lowry's at 24. But
Kyle Lowry.
I'm sorry, he's at 25. I apologize. He's at 25.
I don't get it. I don't understand the rush to do too much. Like right now, Tyrese Halliburton isn't better than most of those guys you just mentioned.
He's not. He's really not.
Does that mean
and that's okay? Yeah, that's
season,
fine.
He's going to be behind them? Absolutely not. He could have a great season this year and skyrocket up that list. I just don't understand the rush to do something because he's not better than those. He's not better than D'Angelo Russell. He's not better than Marcus Smart. He's not better than De'Aaron Fox. He's not better than Jamal Murray. He's not.
This is a really interesting list. Like they got LaMelo at 11 and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at 9.
That's the one right there. I don't know how the hell you got SGA at 9. That's the one right there. That one is crazy. And SGA can go. But once again, this ain't a Sacramento versus everybody thing. But if you got De'Aaron at 18, I don't know how you have SGA at 9.
This is a super head-scratching list. SGA, that's wild. They have Kyrie at 8. James Harden at 7. They have Chris Paul at 6. Then they go Dame at 5. Trae Young at 4. And Ja at 3. And then it's Steph and the almighty Luka.
The almighty. But that list, I don't see it. I don't see some of that stuff on there. Like the fact that having De'Aaron Fox at 18 or around there, that's fine. Like that's fine. Most of those guys that are in front of him, you absolutely can give the nod to. The 2 that I scratch my head with is Tyrese and SGA. Those are the 2 around
SGA being like, if you want to put, I mean, Tyrese two slots ahead of De'Aaron. Okay. Whatever. SGA 9? Better than LaMelo? That's where it's like, it's similar to the Rolling Stone hip hop list. Who writes this? Like, yo, LaMelo
SGA can go. I just don't see, like, his numbers aren't much different at all from De'Aaron Fox. So they both ain't won nothing. So I don't know why one is 9 slots higher than the other. They both can't ever finish a season.
they really love it. Again, it's weird. Maybe it's money. I don't know what it is. Did Shea get a contract yet?
Mm-hmm.
It ain't money then. Like they really root for Shea Gilgeous-Alexander to succeed.
Bro, they love SGA.
Why don't y'all do the same for De'Aaron? I don't understand. Like, where did I miss? Where did I miss? I'm super confused.
I think they should.
They hella root for SGA.
They should be around the same spot. If you want to put SGA and Slaughter too higher, that's fine too. I don't care. But they should be around the same area. Like if Fox 18, if you want to put SGA 16, cool. I don't understand 9. Marcus,
again, listen.
He was in the playoffs with Chris Paul. Once Chris Paul left, he's been part of some of the worst basketball in the NBA for the last 2 years.
Man, we really hold a lot of stock into a playoff appearance.
But you wasn't even that dude.
I guess you just have to be there once.
Just got to be there once.
So De'Aaron goes and joins the Golden State Warriors next year and makes the playoffs and then comes back to Sacramento. Well, he's been to the playoffs now, so now he's great.
Top 10, top 7 at that point.
Man, so are the Pacers finishing first? Like, do you think the Pacers are finishing with the best record in the East, the best record overall, or the best record in NBA history? Because I'm wondering, like, I've gone back and forth between like 67, 68 wins. Now I'm wondering, are we talking like a 76-6 situation right here with these Indiana Pacers?
Don't be ridiculous. 75 wins.
Oh, okay. My bad.
75. You jumping out the window with that 76.
OKC going 50 plus wins too, I guess. My goodness, man. I just realized Giddey and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander are on this list.
They got 2 top 25 point guards. They should be playoff bound.
NBA world's a weird place, man. I need a minute.
They be rooting hard for SGA. They be rooting hard for SGA.
Speaking of rooting hard, did you see the video of Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold walking to the practice field together?
No.
Oh my God, bro. It's so funny. I'll tell you about it when we return here on Dealing with KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320.
Oh, yeah, you good, man.
Okay.
Forgot to preview that Danny Garcia fight this weekend. If I don't get a chance to do it tomorrow, then you guys will just get the recap of the fight. Danny Garcia versus Little Benavidez. Little Benavidez, who I think got shot in the leg before. I think that's who Terrence Crawford fought that one time. It's just really, I was saying we just don't get it. SGA is a hell of a ball player. That dude, he can go. He can go. I just don't think that there's much separation between him and Fox. Will, what in your opinion, what makes SGA so much better than De'Aaron Fox? I'd like to know. I know a couple people who like SGA a lot better than Fox, and I tell them all the time, I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. We looking at SGA in a similar situation as De'Aaron Fox, and his team is trash. This team's garbage. Like, this is what I would always talk about. Like, I think we were talking about SGA and Fox. And I was like, what are we talking about? Like, I don't think either one of them could be like the best player on a championship team. So like I don't get like this list. Like if you think SGA better, cool, put him at like 16. Right. Well, W. He's not a better shooter. He's not. Shot like 30% from 3 last year. They're the same. I mean, I haven't looked at it recently, but I know a year ago I was looking at it because we were having the same discussion, and it was like the same thing. I have no idea about this. What's going on? I wouldn't mind going. Is it one of those joints to the DoubleTree? I'd like to go to one of those fights one time. Yeah, come on, man. Come on, man. We got to stop the cap. We got to stop the cap. And Fox's mid-range is actually money.
Mm-hmm.
It seems more boys under control, better post game, better mid-range game.
Will S is hella funny. He was tweeting shit about Bagley earlier. Like, bro, what are you talking about? Who's talking about Marvin Bagley?
He said Bagley's not on the list, but Luka is. Motherfucker, point guards.
What are you like, fam? Like, if you keep your mouth shut, no one knows how dumb you are. Oh man,
we gotta stop the cap, man. We got a lot of Ryan Garcias in the chat right now, man. Stop the cap.
I don't get the Ryan Garcia reference, but I'm sure it was
Ryan Garcia always capping. He just be talking. We got a lot of Ryan Garcias in the chat. Okay. Not a lot. We got a few.
Don't be a Ryan Garcia then.
Just stop the cap.
Come on, y'all. Clean it up. Boy, basketball. We really break down basketball, man. Oh man.
And here's the thing that I was always talking about with, like, I guess you can have a preference, but me personally, how I feel, this whole SGA Fox thing, like Jesse looked up the numbers. We've watched the game. They're the same player, bro. Like, I don't know how somebody, no, he's way better than De'Aaron Fox. Like, no. Like they're saying, I think they're both good. I think they both can go. Not one is way better than the other. Like in this particular list, if you want to have Fox at 18, I have no problem with SGA at 16. If you want to have them in front, like that's fine. They're like the same guy.
We're at this point of the off season where we're just going to argue every little stat about every little player and keep it moving. And that's fine, man. That's what it's about. That's what lists do. They create discussions and passionate debates and different things along those lines, man. And there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah. There's going to be a passionate debate about who should start for the Carolina Panthers. Except I don't think that debate is going to take place with fans. There is a fantastic video from yesterday's camp practice of Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold walking to the practice field together. And I think I'm pretty sure it's cool to play. Jesse, stand by. It's not long, but okay. Remember, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, side by side, walking to the practice field.
Okay.
What's up, Baker? Good luck this year, baby.
They literally ignored Sam Darnold. Like, not one person yelled for my man Sam Darnold. When I say they're walking together, they're walking right next to each other. Baker's acknowledging the fans and Baker!
Didn't look this season, Baker.
Didn't nobody go, hey, go get him, Sam? Nothing. I feel so bad for Sam Darnold. Like he's just trying to. My man is just trying to walk to practice. He's got his head forward. Like, oh man, no, did my man Sam Darnold dirty?
The people want Baker, huh?
Hey man, like it or not, Baker's electrifying.
Yeah, I don't see
He's
it.
a TV star.
He does great in the commercials.
Tremendous commercials. He needs a new stadium to turn. He needs a new stadium to clean and turn the lights on and everything. Baker, poor Sam Darnold. That's me walking next to Kenny.
Okay, see,
Kenny, KC, Kenny. I'm just walking to the practice field, walking to the show, minding my own business.
Don't listen to David.
No, Rob W. Hey, Darnold like D-Lo at the party. Hey, where's Kenny? That's what it is.
Don't listen to this guy.
That's 100% the way it is. Oh, D-Lo, I love your show, but where's Kenny? Like, yeah, he's right there. Just, but it's just. This was hi. I'm Kenny Caraway, D-Lo and Casey. Woo! Yeah. Man, Jesse, can you imagine what it's going to be like the first time Kenny walks in that new building? I've heard that.
Oh, so you say I'm getting Will Kane treatment.
I've heard that.
Will Kane, I'm going.
Well, no, Will Kane got a little 8x10 behind Jesse. Like, I think this is a true story. After our boss insinuated that I probably wouldn't be reimbursed for the $800 worth of canvas paintings I bought for the new studio. She did ask about the Dope Ones, and I heard that the Dope Ones might be putting together a Kenny Caraway mural for the new studio.
You just hear that.
Don will tell you, like, I got to connect Don with our people at the company and the Kenny Caraway mural. Like that way, when visitors come, they could take pictures because it's not like you can get to Kenny. So you could take pictures.
People all the time.
You could take pictures in front of the Kenny Caraway mural. That's what I've heard.
Casey and Friends Studio.
That is, I know that has been bantered about being the new name of the show. Casey and Friends. I'll be friend number 1, and Jesse will be friend number 2.
Hey man, I would never call it my show and then have you guys somewhere else in the title.
Really? Wow.
I'd never do
that. Y'all act like it's me. You hear this, dude? Y'all act like it's me. It ain't me. The Kenny Caraway show with Damian Barling. And it's like 2 years later that you add the with Damian Barling part. Meanwhile, meanwhile, Kyle Madsen looking around like, how come I never got with Kyle Madsen? I don't. Y'all don't put this on me. That's on Kenny. I'm here. I'm over here minding my own business, telling y'all about the Kenny Caraway mural that may be coming to the wait till y'all see this studio. We'll have y'all come in and get your picture taken in front of the Kenny Caraway mural.
Little Polaroid picture of me. That's all. That's it.
Dope Ones doesn't do Polaroids, man. It's the Kenny Caraway Show with special guest Damian Barland. Oh man, I hate that I'm Sam Darnold. This is terrible.
No, man. No, nobody's Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold is Sam Darnold. That poor guy. Man,
you talk about doing right by somebody. Niners doing right by Jimmy. Panthers should have done right by Sam. Let that man go and do something else.
Well, no, but like you just turned your nose up at Baker Mayfield. Sam Darnold might be the starting quarterback for the Carolina Panthers.
I would have never went and got Baker Mayfield.
Well, they're not totally sold on Sam Darnold, but also remember these are two. I guess this is where it does get a little weird. Like both of their contracts are expiring, so one of them isn't going to have the opportunity to earn a contract next year. But both of these guys are young. Both of these guys are absolutely going to be in the league next year. But someone's going to sign for a Jameis Winston-like deal.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's going to sign for Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota. Jesus, this is the latest version of Jameis Winston and Marcus Mariota. Except instead of 1 and 2, it's 1 and 3.
They were never on the same team though, huh?
No, they were never on the same team, but that was pick number 1. Wasn't that pick number 1 and pick number 2? This is pick number 1 and pick number, what did we say yesterday? 3?
Yeah.
Oof.
Wow.
But one of them isn't going to get the opportunity though. And I think it's Darnold.
Yeah,
I think this is Baker's team. I mean, as much as it can be your team when you just walk, when you just get there. But
didn't I say yesterday that the Panthers might be a sleeper?
You did.
I think I want to take that back.
Well, no. I don't think you said the Panthers might be a sleeper. I think you said people. Yeah, people were saying, and I'm not on that blog. I'm not on the PanthersBeat.com. Like I need to catch up on that one because I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
No.
And I don't think Baker stinks, man. I really don't.
I don't want to go.
He played all last year with a bad shoulder. Like, let's throw him out at least a little bit.
I don't want to go as far as saying he stinks. I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying I would never want him to be my quarterback.
Okay. I get, yeah. All right. I'm not as down. If he's the starter, I'll pay attention to Carolina. I'll be interested. I'll be a lot more interested in Carolina if Baker Mayfield is a starter than Sam Darnold.
Is that easy work for the Bucs, the NFC South?
Oh yeah, yeah. It absolutely should be.
I saw somewhere today I think their center went down. I think it was carted off.
Oh man, that sucks.
That's.
I mean, I've seen like a couple of alert injuries pop up. None of them said San Francisco 49ers, so I wasn't overly concerned. I think they're just doing, we'll call them walkthroughs, but they're not in pads today. I don't know that any team is in pads.
I know the Niners, I think, don't go with pads until Monday.
Monday, yeah, that's right. Did you see what one of your favorites, Chris Mannix, said about the Sacramento Kings?
Well, first of all, far from one of my favorites. Second of all, I did see it. And I think after all the crazy talk that's going on, people thinking they Chappelle left and right. Everybody think they on the stage with Chappelle, Chris Rock, and Kevin Hart. You know what I'm saying? And they out here, cracking jokes. I think this is going to be. I did see the goat.
Kevin Hart gave Chris Rock a goat, and
what was that?
I think Dave Chappelle said, "What's his name?" And he goes, "Will Smith." And the camera cuts off right as the crowd pops. So that's bad camera work from that person in the stand. I don't remember where that was. I don't, in fact, remember, I don't even know if I know. I just know the video made me laugh.
Yeah, those three icons right there.
But I interrupted you. Everybody is making jokes about
Oh, yeah, they're making the jokes or whatever. But I do think
headliners only.
I think this will be the wave.
Here is what
this will be the wave.
Here's what
people predicting the Kings as a playoff team. You want to know my hot take is? My NBA hot take? The Kings will break the drought.
Is it a hot take if like a bunch of people say it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Everybody gonna be jumping on the same wave, thinking they got a hot take. When in actuality, I think a lot of people are gonna be saying the same thing, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm all right with that. That don't secure nothing. It's just okay. You guys think they're good this year? Fine.
Chris Mannix. The question to Chris Mannix was: if the Kings' goal is to make the playoffs, is their current roster good enough as is? Chris Mannix wrote, here's the thing. I sneakily, that's the word that he used, like Sacramento. De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. Fox and Ox, which is already one of the NBA's best nicknames, played really well during their limited time together last season. I think Kevin Huerter will play well in an expanded role, and Davion Mitchell will be a bigger factor in his second season, especially if his three-point shot improves. Keegan Murray, the Vegas Summer League MVP, looked as good as he possibly could. Harrison Barnes and Malik Monk round out what looks like a pretty solid rotation, and I think Mike Brown, after years on the Warriors bench, was a smart hire as head coach. Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox have put together a nice team here. Do I think the Kings make the playoffs? The West is loaded, so it's tough to make that call right now, but I do think Sacramento will be a play-in team, and if things break right, it could finally end the 16-year playoff drought. Couple of different things I want to dissect there, but I don't disagree with anything he wrote.
No, I think
at least as it pertains to the Kings, I don't disagree with anything that he wrote.
I agree with everything he said. Everything, even when you say like it's tough to guarantee they'll make the playoffs because it's tough.
It would be dumb to guarantee they're going to make the playoffs.
I think they should make the play-in, and depending on what seed they got, I guess. Yeah.
Here's where I disagree with him, and it doesn't have anything to do with the Kings. I don't think the West is loaded. I think we're so used to saying that. Like who scares you in the West? Golden State, okay, no doubt. I got Golden State at the top again. If you want to put Phoenix up there, okay, but then what? Because there is not a definitive third team that I'm sold on.
But it's loaded with a bunch of good teams.
Yeah, it's loaded with teams that could
they have 4 teams that stink out of 15.
Fair enough, but let's see, 4 being Houston, Oklahoma City, San Antonio, and I'm assuming Utah. Okay. Here's what happens every year that we don't account for. And I think
the Lakers being sorry.
One for sure.
A couple of years we didn't account for that.
Man, 1 for sure, maybe 3. Injuries happen, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas might be the most glaring team that is 1 injury away from their season being over. That 1 injury happens, and I ain't going to put it on them, but we know who it is. That 1 injury happens, Dallas is done.
Mm-hmm.
Same could, I mean, hell, Anthony Davis barely played last year, and we saw what that looked like.
Right.
And that's with LeBron James scoring 30 points per game. And we kind of saw something similar, though they took a bunch of steps along the way to ensure it. Portland.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we in our head, we look at the roster and we go, oh man, this is really tough. But once it gets going, it's often not.
Well, the other thing about it too, and this is what I always say, and people don't kind of look at it this way because traditionally, obviously the Kings haven't been successful, but I definitely look at it this way with this roster. Kings got ball players too.
Mm-hmm.
like when you talk about, oh, the West is loaded and it's going to be tough to do this and that, and people talk about Portland, I think you need to mention the Kings as well. The Kings got something going. They just don't have the history behind it to say that they'll be there, but that's a good team on paper. That's a good team. I just think you're going to have to win. Breaking news. You're going to have to win basketball games. It don't matter. You're going to have to beat good teams. This is whatever. Like, there's no sense in being, it's loaded. It's so tough. I can't. Yeah. Well, you want to make the playoffs. You want to, at least be in the play-in. You got to win against some good teams. That's what it is. And it's in the whole NBA. Like,
see, that's the thing. I think that's
right now.
That's what got me. The East is loaded.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what got me. It's like the West is cool. Like, the East is loaded. And I mean, there are a lot of teams out in the Western Conference. I love the Clippers. Like, I purposely,
it might be my favorite.
I purposely left the Grizzlies out because I wonder if that's where the Clippers will be.
Mm-hmm.
I also wonder, could Minnesota be this year's Memphis Grizzlies? Could they be that team that is super successful in the regular season?
They could. I don't think they will, but they could.
New Orleans is a question mark. How much better are they? I'm always, even without an injury, and I'm always wrong on them. It's a streak unlike any other. Are we Dallas 52 wins again next year?
Man. I'm not signing up for it. But they. Like,
I'm not saying they're 30. I'm not saying they're 30 wins, but
yeah, I'm with you. They get me every year as well. So they probably will win 50 games, based on how things have gone traditionally. With my thoughts on Dallas, so they'll probably win 48 to 50 games. Utah's obviously fallen off. Denver's starting to be like that for me as well, where it's like, damn, I don't feel like Denver's that good, but here they are again.
Well, Denver's also one of those teams. We're going to project a lot because we believe Jamal Murray's coming back. I'm positive Jamal Murray's coming back. I think we're kind of projecting a little bit on Michael Porter Jr. too, and you have the two-time, not only two-time, but the back-to-back MVP award winner. Like, that team it doesn't feel like they're on the verge of being what the Utah Jazz are, because obviously Nikola Jokic is such a elite player compared to those other two, compared to Donovan and Rudy Gobert in that caliber. But I don't know that I mean, if Denver falls, like, do you just keep running it back with Denver?
Yeah,
like, they have to take a step this year. Like, if Jamal is back and healthy, if Michael Porter Jr. is back, like, you've got to go somewhere this year.
Yeah, for sure. You got to be like a top 4 team, I think, if all those guys are back, for sure.
Well, not just that. You've got to advance.
Second round.
Okay.
Second round.
Well, where were they this year?
They were 5th.
No, they were 6th. I mean, when did they get eliminated? Didn't they get eliminated?
First round,
They got eliminated in the first round?
First round, yeah. The year before that,
3.
I mean, they got to the
finals
of the bubble, but that was the bubble. Do whatever you want with that. Then they beat Portland last year, right? So they got to the second round last year.
Someone went on a bubble tangent the other day. Stop talking about the bubble as if it was real. I can't remember who that was. Oh, it was. You would have loved it. You would have loved it, though.
Kieran?
No. God, no.
If it was something hating, I'm pretty sure
that dude went on mute. That dude on mute. No, somebody did it. You would have loved it. You absolutely would have loved it.
No, because I wouldn't have loved it because I don't like that. The bubble was real basketball. It just wasn't NBA basketball that we normally get with the travel.
Oh, that's right. It was George Karl. George Karl did it. Kenny, George Karl, same thing.
No.
It was George Karl. Yeah, your boy. Friend of the show, George Karl. Good call there, guys. Yeah,
man. Nah, it was real basketball. It was just different. It was different than what we see traditionally. That's all it was. You know, a team that I'm kind of interested in, and I don't know why. I guess I understand why, but I'm also kind of baffled on why they just give them a pass and say, hey, lock them in. It's Portland.
Oh, I'm with you. It's the love of Dame.
And that's fair. I love Dame too, but
that's what it is.
I don't think they're that good. And I don't think they did that much in this offseason to get better. I look at two spots, San Antonio and Utah, falling out. And my first thought is the Clippers and the Lakers moving to those spots. But a lot of people will put the Kings and the Lakers going to those spots. A lot of people will say Portland will go into that spot. I don't know. I don't know if I do know. Portland right now is not better than the Kings, in my opinion.
What happened to we got to change something? This ain't working. What happened to what Yusuf Nurkic meant when he said that was, what I mean is I need $70 million. I need y'all to change my contract because this ain't working. Yeah, man. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm with you. Jot that down for a discussion with Trista Crick tomorrow. We said it last year.
I ain't seen Tristan almost a month.
She was asking about you like everybody else does. She's like, where's Kenny? When is he coming back? Where was he 2 weeks ago? Like, why is he? They always be asking about. I don't know why they didn't do that show. What was that show called? Everybody Loves Raymond. Why didn't they do Everybody Loves Kenny? That's my life. Everybody loves Kenny.
Randomly, I was watching Seinfeld last night.
You know what happens to me when I watch Seinfeld? I think the show's funny. I think it's Ken Rudolph once told me there's a black actor in every episode of Seinfeld. And now it's all I watch for.
I saw him last night too.
You saw the black actor?
Yeah.
Well, the one that the one that always gets sent to me is there's an episode, and I've seen the episode where Elaine thinks she's dating a black guy.
I remember hearing about that. I haven't seen it, but I remember hearing about that.
Yeah, that one gets sent to me regularly.
I think that's why Seinfeld is, I guess, a better show. I haven't watched enough to make a comment on it, but it's considered a far better show. But the reason they don't get filleted by some people is because they do have a black actor in every show, and Friends does not. Friends went through New York City without ever being around a black person.
I can't even speak on. I've seen like a couple of episodes of that show. I've never really seen it before.
It's not that good.
I know like the plot. Like I don't remember everyone. I know that there's like a central. I don't know. I don't know that show very well.
Yeah, it's not that good. Like it's not like trash, but it's not that good.
Matt George joins it, but yeah, that's that's what if Seinfeld's comes on, I'm literally okay. Where's if Ken's right, I'm going to see a black guy, and then every time, oh yeah, there it is.
Then I watched that episode of King of Queens. Kind of like that show too.
I used to love what's her name?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I used to love her.
I love back when she was Stacey Carosi. What y'all know about that?
Yes. Those are the beach years, the beach episodes. Well, it's all uphill from here. We'll come back. There was another great article. What if this was good? Kenny sent me this. This was dope. Cool. We'll dive into that. Plus, we've got Matt George joining us as D'Lo and Casey continue here on ESPN 1320.
The money team lost in the basketball tournament. Wow, what a game it was too. I guess this happened last night. I'll be back.
Okay. Leah Remini, that's it. If you don't, I feel like if you don't, Seinfeld is weird because when I watch it, One thing that really helped me understand Seinfeld was watching Curb Your Enthusiasm, because I think I've seen more episodes of Curb Your Enthusiasm than I had seen of Seinfeld. And it they're half like laughing when they deliver lines, and I think that's just part of the punchline. Like they're not actor, like especially Jerry. Jerry's not an actor, like he's a comedian, and I think that's like just a running gag in the show, to where like he delivers lines like he's about to laugh, and if you don't understand that, you're like, what the fuck is this? It's definitely I definitely think Seinfeld will always be it'll be a thing people in this generation understand far more. But Curb Your Enthusiasm helps a lot, because I see, like, you can see Seinfeld and Larry David and Larry David and Seinfeld when you watch the two. No, I watched The Undertaker, which I thought was really, really good. And I skipped Goldberg just because Goldberg's so unlikable. I didn't want to watch it, and I don't really have any interest in the Bella Twins. And I think the Rival show is trash. I tried to watch the they had Rock in Austin, and I tried to watch it, and it was garbage. I was like, this is, if you can't tell an interesting story with The Rock and Stone Cold, you just didn't even fucking try. I'm turning this off. Yeah, did you watch that one? Did you watch the Goldberg one? Oh, you haven't. The Undertaker one's really good. The Undertaker one is what I wish the WWE Network thing would have been. If they had done 5 episodes like that instead of 5 episodes of the Undertaker trying to retire and not being able to, it would have been such a better series. Oh no, you're not getting any production over on Peacock. They quit. Like, they have just straight up quit. Yeah, they were just like, forget it. We ain't doing this. Have you watched the Comedy Central documentary? I have not. Yes, Leave It to Beaver's brother died. Thank you, Sass. That is accurate. Apparently he died twice, once yesterday and once the night before, according to different reports. Kurt Angle one is this weekend. I might watch that. I might watch Kurt Angle. You can't tell the Kurt Angle story without talking about TNA, or Impact or whatever. You got my attention. I'll peep that one. Oh yeah, he used to be really good. Yeah, Kurt Angle was really, really good. They did him dirty by having him lose to Corbin on the way out. I think they were trying to make Corbin. Not that I know of. I think Angle said he wanted he wanted Cena. That's right. Yeah.
Alfonso, what's up, big dog? Shout out to BRE doing what they do.
That's real life right there. I've been sitting here the whole time by myself, and Alfonso ain't saying nothing to me. Oh man,
don't listen to the media.
It took. Oh no, everybody knows what time it is. Welcome back to Kenny Caraway and Friends. I'm friend number 1. Jesse's friend number 2. He's in the studio from now on. We won't be referred to as our names. We'll just be friend number 1 and friend number 2. And we are here for Kenny Caraway. I knew that this would. I knew this would come back. It took Aldrin J a couple of days to come up with it. He said, "D-Lo, you said that Joey Badass is the best performer since Tupac. You don't think Donald Glover is up there?" No, absolutely. I think Donald Glover is up there. 100%. But I had this theory that I worked all weekend on, or not a theory. I knew anytime you invoke the name of Tupac Shakur, you have to you have to tread very, very carefully.
Mm-hmm.
I listened to that Joey Badass album and thought, "Whew, man, this dude is bad." Like he hasn't
great things about it.
He hasn't made a bad album. Like I don't think he's made a bad piece of work yet. And all I could think as I was listening to it was, this is phenomenal. And he's a better actor. Like he's even better at acting than he is at this. And that role, Unique, that's to me like, it's easy to compare Unique to Bishop from Juice for a variety of reasons. But that role in Two Distant Strangers, the Netflix short,
great.
That's where this dude is an actor.
Yeah,
that's what he is. He is an actor. Everything else he does is secondary because he's not going to do anything better than what he just did in that 30 minutes. And that was like, and Donald Glover is phenomenal. Like Donald Glover is frustratingly talented. Like he got every gift. Like he can write, he can act, he can rap, he can sing. Like he's got it all. But something about Joey Badass stood out to me. Like, man, he is up there with one of the top performers I think we've ever seen.
Nah, absolutely. I got to check out the new album, man. I haven't heard it yet, but everybody that has heard it that I know talks about how phenomenal it is.
So the good news for you is when you start regularly traveling to Roseville, you'll hear everything.
Yes, like I'm not gonna miss nothing. That's my thing. Like that's when, for me personally, that's usually when I listen to music. If I'm around the house and I'm, maybe I'm playing, PS4 or whatever, I'm listening to some podcasts or something like that. But when I want to listen to music, it's when I get in the car. I don't really go nowhere. Or if I am going somewhere, I'm taking Reese to practice or something like that. I'm not gonna have
that playing.
All that going on. So we just listen to the radio.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I start going to the studio, we give you a daily
hey,
I listen to today.
I listen to all 26 songs on Chris Brown's album driving out to you. Like it was like, yo, this is the point. When I went to Sacramento when I drove downtown this weekend, that's when I finished out Joey Badass's album. So yeah, like driving has its perks. Shoot, we got an album released tonight at 9.
Who released 9 at 9?
You don't know?
Oh,
you don't know?
No, so the thing about it was you said that. I looked at the calendar and I was like, who was bold enough to release their albums tonight? Of course, nobody. It's the Queen Bee doing her thing.
Yeah.
You can't break my soul.
I'm really anxious to hear what the album sounds like. Like, does it sound like that? Or it's tough, man, because this is the follow-up to Lemonade. And that's tough.
She hasn't done anything since Lemonade, huh?
I mean, she did Homecoming, but that wasn't an album.
She did
it was
Black is King.
She did that. Yep.
Yeah, but that wasn't.
But that's not
this.
Yeah.
I mean, like
my
new album is out. Not my project.
The follow-up to Lemonade is tough. Because that was a masterpiece.
And I think that the Beyonce album was her best album. I think that's the best album she's ever done. That is fire. And then you get into the fact that she had the visuals to go along with every song as well. I think that's better than Lemonade.
Okay.
The Beyonce album, crazy. Drunken Love is top 3 songs she ever did.
Oh, the Drunken Love remix with Kanye and Jay. That's my new favorite. The Kanye's, you have to look them up because I can't repeat them in any way, shape, or form. Kanye's first 3 lines on Drunken Love remix are 3 of my favorite lines ever. The first line is you will never need another lover. And then just look up the next lines because that's one I'll sing to somebody like, hey, let that record come on. That's the jam. But yeah, Beyonce drops. Ramsey says, I love when people say when I drove to Sacramento. How would you prefer I phrase it? Like, what do you want me to say, Ramsey? Like, I live 30 minutes from Sacramento now. Like, that's what I did. Well, I guess it's not 30 minutes from Sacramento. It's 30 minutes from downtown Sacramento.
Yeah. the core of Sacramento. One more Beyonce thing I crack up because in the Break My Soul song, she says something about, I forgot the lyric, but she says something about, I just left my job. And then like Black people were like, did Beyonce just tell us to quit our jobs? Okay. Okay. That's what we're doing. Okay.
We follow the queen blindly. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Matt George going to join us coming up in about 20 minutes live from 49ers training camp. You sent me a great article from, I think it was SI.com. It was like a bunch of what if scenarios.
Yeah, from the legend Jack McCallum.
Yeah, amazing writer. Did the Dream Team book, did all of that stuff surrounding the Dream Team. But he looked over like 75 years. So there are some deep cuts in here. There's like, what if the Bucks call heads instead of tails or whatever it was, and they don't get to draft at the time Lou Alcindor.
Right.
There are some good ones in there. The one that stuck out to me the most, this is not funny. And look, we can laugh because Sacramento's got a hell of a lineup too. But the Blazers all miss team is brutal. Like he outlined, and I think the headline for how it was like, what if the Pacers didn't really love, and it was like Jim Paxson or something like that.
Yeah, like they talk. He talks about how the common thought about why they passed on Michael Jordan was because of Clyde Drexler, and he's like, well, actually, they loved Jim Paxson at the time. And then they say he averaged like 21 a game the year before or something like that, and not to say that he had more. It was more of a reason than Clyde, but it was very high on the list of reasons why they were like, well, we don't need Michael Jordan, was because they had Jim Paxson.
Paolo Banchero is finalizing an endorsement deal with Jordan Brand.
Ooh.
It's a good look for Paolo. It's a good look. The Trailblazers. So with one, obviously Jordan's on the list. I didn't realize Bird made the list as well. But they're all Miss Blazers team. Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, Kevin Durant, Moses Malone, and one that I was not aware of, Dr. J. Julius Erving. Bruh, that is tough. Again, I know we got a hell of a lineup too. Woo.
That one's crazy.
That's tough.
That one's crazy. That one is, to be honest with you, that should get more run. That's nuts.
It would get more run if they, suffered 16 years of, like, they've had plenty of other moments where they died. Remember, Bobby Hansen famously beat them in the 1992 NBA Finals.
He had 25 points off the bench, 25 points in the third quarter.
I think he had 5. For the game. For the game, yeah, he had 5. But Bobby Hansen was the guy who turned things around because Jordan was playing like the dog. And then he gave Phil the look to go back in. But you've got that.
I thought Bobby was killing.
Bobby.
Phil Basketball Reference came out, and I was able to look up the stat.
No. That might have been the only. I gave Bobby 5. That might have been the only shot Bobby Hansen hit. But it was the
corner 3.
It was the flame. That was it. It was the flame. It was the spark that started the fire right there. That was the one. And then Jordan gave Phil the look. Put me in. Bobby Hansen made airtime. I'm just saying.
That corner 3 and changed everything.
But that was at home. They blew that. Shoot. They was killing the Los Angeles Lakers at the Staples Center. And everyone remembers the alley-oop, but they forget the 16 points that the Portland Trailblazers gave up before that
in the fourth quarter.
Oh, when you
wow,
man, that Laker team really navigated themselves to a dynasty because between the Kings, the Blazers,
the only time they skated through was in 01. And even then, they lost the first game of the first 3 games of that Sixers series was closer than people remember. After they got game 3 and went up 2-1, then they it was easy work after that. It was kind of like the Warriors after they won game 4 this year, right? It was like that. But the first 3 games, obviously they lost the first one. The second one, I think, was like a 6-point win, but it was close late. Fun fact, I watched that game in my graduation on a small TV. Game 2, my high school graduation. We were watching the game. We were missing AI and Kobe in game 2.
I need a further explanation because this isn't iPhone era. So you had like a small TV that you just took with you out to the ceremony?
Yeah, you remember
I know. I'm just trying to visualize it. Like this,
like a
big, long, like rectangle-like
It
joint.
wasn't that long. It was a little more handheld. It was probably. I got my iPhone up right now. It was definitely. Well,
I couldn't afford those.
I was gonna say,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I dare you.
It was a different size than my iPhone. Okay. But it wasn't like the
more girth. Is that what you're trying to? Little girthier. Shout out Morgan Reagan.
No,
a little more.
So I hate the chatty house. I hate everything lives forever. But yeah, we were just watching it during my high school graduation.
Okay.
But yeah, but that was their only easy one. You make the argument. I don't know. Maybe they should have won one.
Yeah, right. It's weird. Look, it's weird when you look back at that Lakers dynasty because it's like that early 2000s Lakers dynasty. Because boy, you got that Blazers 17-point lead. My goodness,
that was crazy.
Did any other what ifs really stand out to you in that article?
Well, the one there's 2 or 3 other ones that were pretty cool. And I thought the one about Tim Duncan and how it seemed like he was ready to go to Orlando.
I've never heard that before. I knew he met with Orlando.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was really going to leave.
Yeah.
Or had really considered leaving.
According to that article, or that part of the what if article, everybody thought he was gone. San Antonio thought he was gone. Pop thought he was gone. He went on his trip, and the story goes, Doc Rivers said they didn't allow families to ride on the plane on the road trips, and that's what soured Tim Duncan on Orlando, and he decided to go back to San Antonio.
Somewhere Doc Rivers is saying,
and we should tell the whole story.
I can't do it as well as you do.
We
should tell why Timmy wasn't going to come here.
Well, they say it was a conversation that I had that said we couldn't have families on the plane. Well, that's not necessarily what I said. I said we prefer not to, but really, if you look at that team, I mean, the team that I had, it just wasn't good.
Tim wasn't that good, anyways. You know which one stood out to me.
Yeah, I knew that one would get you. And that one's crazy.
Because it'll okay. Like it impacts. So the thing was, what if this was different? What if Oklahoma City had decided Russell Westbrook had to go instead of James Harden? And it's like you're immediately like, okay, cool. Then you like that impacts so many different things. Does Oklahoma City win? Does James Harden? Because remember that Oklahoma City version of James Harden, you saw the flashes of him being what he became in Houston, but he wasn't because he almost couldn't be.
Right.
But then he goes to Houston and immediately it's like, oh, there it is. Like he's that guy. Like he's like Oklahoma City. James Harden is like like early Kanye West, and then the College Dropout comes out, and then that's the version in Houston.
Like, oh my goodness.
You're like, okay.
What we like to say here in Sacramento, they unlocked them in Houston.
They absolutely did. But what would that have meant for Oklahoma City and Russell Westbrook if Russell Westbrook had gone elsewhere? It's impossible to figure out where, but James Harden stays with Kevin Durant and Serge Ibaka in Oklahoma City. Do they wind up winning? Like what is, does James Harden, James Harden still James Harden? Does James Harden win the first MVP before Kevin Durant? Like, how does that play out?
Does Kevin ever leave?
And that's obviously the biggest question.
Because I don't think it was the only situation, because a lot of people like he left to get rid of Russell Westbrook. I don't believe that's necessarily the case. I've talked to some people who were around Kevin. I just didn't want to be in Oklahoma City no more. Like I've been there long enough. I wanted to live in a different
understandable
city. Yeah. So it wasn't all Russ, but I don't think the Russ thing was like, I don't think it didn't matter at all. I think there was some strain on the relationship between the two. So I say that saying would him and James have had a better relationship and maybe he stayed, or at least convince him to stay for the extra year or something like that. And then what happens with Russ?
That's like, because Russ is starting to cook at that point. So is it like in this hypothetical, does it still work in Houston? Like, does the scenario still work? Can you still use the Houston Rockets as the example? And it's just Russell Westbrook that goes there instead of James Harden. I mean, arguably the biggest what if is if Presti just go, or if the owner just goes, we're paying the tax. Like, I'm not letting anyone go. I'm just going to pay the luxury tax.
Because they'll all say, and James Harden will say to this day, whether it's true or not, we don't know. But he was like, I would have took less. My role wasn't an issue. Like, I would have came back.
Wait, that's cap. Didn't they offer him a contract and he said no?
I don't think they offered him a contract. I think
the story just lost me now, because I gotta
look. Goes, they never offered him, and they just said, well, we can't do it, and we moved on. And James said, we could have worked something out. And they never even came to the table.
Oh, that makes this even more insane.
Yeah,
if that's true.
Yeah.
Wait, he did.
He turned something down.
Isn't James Harden's decision to turn down the Oklahoma City Thunder for the next couple of hold on there.
Because I don't know. You could have me on this one. I remember them. The whole thing was they traded him, and they didn't even give it a chance to work it out.
So just early research here. Last October, the Thunder, fresh off inking Serge Ibaka to a 4-year, $48 million contract extension, were looking to extend Harden at a similar rate, offering 4 years, $52 million. Per Yahoo Sports' Adrian Wojnarowski. Harden turned down the deal, and when the Thunder bumped it up a few million, and he still wouldn't bite, they dealt him to the Rockets for Kevin Martin, Kings legend Jeremy Lamb.
Okay.
2 first-round picks. We all know the deal. So
that the other thing about,
but just to be fair, they said they bumped it up a few million. So so it was 448 for Serge, 452. Even if we bumped it up to 457, that's the 457. That's a bargain for that's a bargain for James.
Was that considered max? Because maybe that's what I heard. Was that max at the time? Because maybe I heard that he wasn't looking for max, but he wanted to get paid.
I don't know what the max was. This is 2013. This is 2013.
When did they go? They went to the finals in 2000.
First year of the Heat. Yeah, first year of the Heat.
It was the second year of the Heat.
Who was first? Oh, Dallas.
first.
Dallas was first, yeah.
So 2012.
I'm telling you right now, the Miami Heat would be lucky to win a game in this series. That was after game one. I swear to God, if that clip is out there on social media, he legitimately said that on SportsCenter after game one that the Miami Heat couldn't beat the Oklahoma City Thunder once.
So 2012, they went 4 years without like getting, well, they never got back, but 2016 they had the best shot. Like they were there. That was 3-1 on the Warriors. Think about that. They went to the finals in 2012 and you're like, yo, these young guys, they about to do this.
Okay.
It's about to be a dynasty. And they didn't even have a chance again until 2016.
We're cooking in NBA contract nostalgia right here. CBA nostalgia. The Thunder offered Harden $55.5 million over 4 years, 4.5 less than the max deal Harden coveted and will get from the Houston Rockets.
Oh, well, Harden capped then. I definitely heard James Harden say they didn't give him a chance. He capped.
Harden lied?
He was capping.
Oh, I'm stunned.
He was
stunned to hear this.
They yeah, damn, 2012. That's when you got to be careful. Like
you still did it a year too early.
Your Memphis Grizzlies, like, oh, they're just getting started. Well, things don't really work that way. Things don't really work that way. That team went to the finals. They were probably all like 20, less than 23. And they went to the NBA finals. They lost. Oh, yeah, we'll be back. We'll do this again. Never got back. Let alone win.
Don't expect me to say anything. I'm just researching stuff now. Like this is what happened when conversations just take off. Now I want all of these details. Like, what did he wind up signing with?
So what did somebody in the chat said 5 for 85?
So I have 5 for 78. That's what I have here according to Spot Track, is that he wound up signing 5 for 78 after the trade. Because remember, they traded him a year early. So they had, how was that? So what'd they say, 55 for less? So that was 60? Huh.
I don't know how that worked out. No wonder they almost went on strike again. I don't know how that worked. That don't make no sense.
Oh, man.
Real quick, one other one that was pretty interesting that I think we know how it played out, but I would have loved to see it, is if it's put in the story, is what if they sub Derrick Rose out in the Sixers?
Oh, that's yeah.
And I don't think the Bulls win a championship, but damn, I would have liked
the Bulls were really, really good that year. Like they were, they had the 62-win season the year before. That was the strike year, right?
Yeah.
So that was
that year was the third year of the Heat. This is how I remember that era. That was the third year of the Heat, wasn't it? Or was it the second? Because remember when
2000
the MVP,
that was 2010-11, right? That was 2010 and 11. 2010-11.
Second.
So but the next year, the 2011. No, that was.
So the first year,
the 2011-12 year, the year he got hurt against Philadelphia, they were the Chicago was really good that year too.
And that was the third year of Miami,
that was
the second?
The second.
Okay.
It was the second year of Miami.
And they just lost the year before, and they probably thought, we're going to come back. We're going to get them this year. And
I think they were like 50 and I don't remember how many games were played that year, but I remember they might have had the best record in the East again. They were good. Like they were
number one seed, I think.
What were they, up 12?
Yeah.
They were
like
up
a minute and a half to go. Where's Manny at? Manny knows for sure. But yeah, number one seed, they were about to cruise to a game one victory, and wow.
Stuff. We'll come back. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, ABC 10 sports director. He's live from 49ers training camp. We'll talk to him about the 49ers. We'll talk to him about the Kings. We'll talk to him about the Republic last night. That's all coming up here on ESPN 1320. What's up, buddy?
Hey, boys.
How are you? Yeah, you sound great. Sound great. Look great. You're good.
All right. As long as it's good on your end, that's fine with me.
Very, very nice close up of your handsome face.
I know. It's weird. It's on the phone.
Are you at Michael Mina's place?
You could do that.
Am I aware, Kenny?
In the Michael Mina's spot? Where you at?
I am in the. I mean, this is my first time at Levi Stadium, so I couldn't tell you. I'm in one of the clubs on the east side, and yeah, there's like the field is literally right there. And they have a bunch of chairs out there. They're setting up for some kind of concert or something. But we were in the practice facility, which is out behind the stadium on the east side. So I'm just chilling in one of the clubs
How do you
here.
like Levi's? How you like Levi's?
Oh, it's nice. It's gorgeous. Like I was in the press room. I mean, they have this full like press room, almost theater set up with really comfy chairs and the stage and everything, which is nice. The practice facilities are nice. I mean, it's no surprise. Like the Niners, it's top notch. Everything's top notch here.
I tell people all the time, I think Levi's is actually pretty dope. I've
never been to a game. I've never been to an event here, so I'm anxious to come back. We were trying to plan on what kind of games we're going to come to, Kevin and I. I think we're going to try and do this Sunday night game against the Rams. I think we're going to try and make that one.
Yeah.
Monday night.
Yeah, don't come too early.
Wow, man, bro, what is your bro? You just need a minute. You just need a minute to yourself, man. You're that's a flag on the play.
Don't get out there too early.
Wow,
that's how we have a son.
Yeah. Miss P, Mrs. Mac-10, Coach Molly, Jill. I'm sorry.
Marcus always hit me with the A, yo.
I'm sorry, Allison. I'm sorry.
Oh man. But yeah, I always say Levi's is the facility in the stadium I really like. It's just in the worst location imaginable.
That's what sucks.
Yeah.
That's what sucks. Probably about another minute, Matt. How long are you just staying down there? Like how much longer are you guys there?
Oh, I'm pretty much done. Kevin's just wrapping up editing. I'm doing this interview with y'all, however long it goes, and then we're hopping in the car and heading back. But we've been here since about 10 a.m. So.
Okay. Kevin's going to be looking at you like.
Yeah. Nah, Kevin's the one taking his time. This is great. It gives me something to do.
Okay, good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh my gosh. They just showed that stupid ass clip of when Carlos Rendon kicked the bat in the poor Estrada. Jesus. Did you guys see that the other day?
Oh yeah.
Come on, man. Yeah. Come on, man. How you gonna come
bat into your teammate?
Come on, man. Oh man.
It's a cold world for
22 Giants.
Yeah. Cold world for the Giants, man. Cold world.
Ryan Tannehill's birthday today. PTI is on my TV screen. I ain't seen PTI in a long time.
Is it Tony and Mike?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. Tony and Mike
remotely now for sure. They're forever remote now.
Where do you live, Matt?
North Highlands. North Highlands Antelope, like right on the edge.
Yeah, we talked about that before. That's right.
It's technically North Highlands, but it's really Antelope. It's like
we're coming back, Matt. Hang on. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, live on youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Unfortunately, I think Matt just hit a button and he disappeared from us. I was just getting ready to introduce Matt George, and I think Matt hit a button, man. Matt George, Locked On Kings, ABC 10. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, I'm here from Levi's Stadium. First time out here. It's gorgeous. The weather's perfect. I'm hyped for football season. And I was telling Kevin when we arrived here, I'm both thankful that the facility is right next to the stadium and also mad at it. Because I don't know if you guys are like this. I hate empty stadiums because every time I'm in an empty stadium, all I want to do is be there when it's packed, when it's loud, when it's football season. So it's made me even more impatient for the start. I'll even take preseason at this point. I'm just ready for football.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Don't listen to the haters, man. Levi's be jumping off. Levi's gets on a movie status when the team is good, obviously. But no,
you're handing out a lot of movie statuses today.
No. Levi's movie status, bro. Levi's movie status. I seen it before. I seen it with my own eyes.
Rollins cashed in Money in the Bank. It was movie status.
It was movie status. The one I went to was 2019 Monday night, the all-timer. That was an all-time Monday night game against the Seahawks. It was movie status that night. It
got pretty movie status in here for the Super Bowl too a number of years ago as well. I heard a couple people that were here in the building that said it was pretty electric for that too. Wasn't Beyonce and Bruno weren't they the halftime show for that?
My goodness, what a halftime show.
Yeah.
Flawless. You know what I actually heard was like next level was when the national championship game was there. I heard Alabama and Clemson came out, and I heard that was special.
You know what's going to be a movie, Kenny, is when the World Cup comes here, because this is going to be a location for when the World Cup comes, when it's USA, Mexico, and Canada are all sharing the World Cup. I don't care who's playing. I'm here. I can't wait for the World Cup here.
They hosted some big time soccer matchups there at Levi. Let's stick with soccer for the briefest of moments. You were a Republic guy from day one. Tell us, explain to me, like I'm 5, the importance of last night's win for the Sacramento Republic.
Well, before I do that, I want to check on you, D'Lo. How's your pulse? How's your blood pressure? Have you recovered?
I we started the show saying, like, look, man, I get why you guys are the way that you are. It's a phenomenal game. Like, it can be a lot of fun when you're emotionally invested in it. It ain't for me. Like, I can't live that life. I can't do that. Certainly not with not without the McQueen and the Violet Fog rolling. Like, it was intense. And I told Kenny, I locked in. I got it on the app maybe like 10 minutes into the game. So I was with it, and I started getting antsy like 25 minutes into it. And then as it got later, like I started, like I felt like I was sweating. And then by the second part, by the last part of the overtime headed into penalty kicks, I'm like standing, like I'm walking around my living room, like, what am I doing right now? Anxiety is pretty great when you're invested in soccer. But as you know, Connor said, you know, it's all worth it when you get that result, and he's 100% right.
Well, I mean, I can't stand penalty kicks because it's such an anxiety attack. Even if I'm watching a match between two teams that I don't necessarily have a rooting interest in, penalty kicks is way too stressful to decide a game. Although in a match like last night's where there's no score after 120 minutes, I know you need to figure it out somehow. But to answer your original question, like, what does this mean for Sacramento? It's ginormous. I mean, think of the significance of just how they've gotten to this final. I mean, they've defeated now in 3 straight matches 3 MLS clubs. And we know, of course, the MLS drama, or what has happened and what hasn't happened between the city and Sacramento and MLS. And I remember when we knew that the San Jose Earthquakes, which was the first of the 3 MLS sides that the Republic beat, when Republic were hosting the San Jose Earthquakes, a lot of what General Manager Todd Donovan, CEO Kevin Nagel, the players, a lot of what they were saying, head coach Mark Briggs, is, hey, this is an opportunity for the city of Sacramento to send a message to the MLS, send a message to the greater soccer community, because it's Wednesday night, it's the middle of the week, soccer fans in the United States, the US Open Cup is the only thing to watch. And if you take all these 3 games, I don't know if Sacramento could have sent a bigger message than what they've sent, that they can beat anybody on any given night. And then how full, how loud, how rowdy Heart Health Park was. Honestly, it made me emotional a little bit at times, not so much because of my attachment to the club, but because of my attachment to the city, to see that fan base celebrate the way they did, show up the way they did. And I tweeted out, like, Sacramento always shows up. It doesn't surprise me at all that 11,000, nearly 12,000 absolutely rocked that place. And it's the state fair's in town right now, and they have a fence up in between the state fair and the actual stadium. And there were a bunch of people on their tippy toes or kids on parents' shoulders looking over the fence to watch as well. So it was more than just the 11.4 or however many thousand were in the bill. I just left with a tremendous amount of pride for this city, for this fan base to be able to experience something like that. It's a shame that the final is in Orlando and not here in Sacramento, which would be absolute scenes and crazy. I know fans are going to be traveling to Orlando for that match, but D'Lo, just overall, I left Heart Health Park last night with a massive smile on my face. Even if the Republic had lost that match, thank goodness they didn't. But even if they had, like, Sacramento has represented themselves on the national stage and the local stage of soccer time and time and time again. And last night really felt like a celebration for this city in many ways.
Yeah, no, I agree. It was. We talked about it earlier. We were talking about top 3 sports or top whatever sports moments in the city of Sacramento. And maybe we're prisoners of the moment. Maybe we're speaking in hyperbole. But we got 2 that can't be knocked off, in my opinion, in the Bibby shot and the Monarchs winning the NBA or WNBA championship.
It's my 1 and 2.
Man, I think last night might have been number 3. I mean, it wasn't just the fact that they won the game, because if they would have won yesterday 2-0, like they did against the Earthquakes, when they smashed the Earthquakes, like I said they would. All right, if they would have just won 2-0 and went on to the final, it would have been fine. We would have been cool. We would have been happy going to the final. It's all good. That was one of the great, and I'm not saying I'm a soccer, buff, but that was one of the great soccer matches I've ever seen. Considering the stakes, considering the intensity that was going on. That was the story of that game is what puts it in the top 3 to me. That was an incredible story, and the drama that you got at the end of that game, during the game, but specifically at the end of that game. I mean, it's a top 3 sports moment in Sacramento history, in my opinion.
Well, Casey, you talk about a movie status. I mean, I even had this narrative playing in my head for the brief couple of minutes before the Republic actually won it, when Danny, I always mispronounce his last name, so I apologize. I think it's Vitiello is how you pronounce his last name, the goalkeeper. When he makes the first save and they take it off the board, they make him re-kick it. They say he left his line early, and instantly those flashbacks of, and I couldn't help myself, the flashbacks of 0-2, like City of Sacramento referee decision, and here comes, like, this is something that it had the Republic, and especially when he gets back and he scores on the second attempt, he scores the penalty kick and then does his ridiculous celebration just to fire the crowd up. I thought it was a fun moment, but it was impossible. And I know I was not alone in this. It was impossible not to play or have that going through your head of Sacramento's cursed. Like, he made the save and they made him re-kick it, and now he scored it. And if Sacramento loses this match, that moment right there is what they're going to talk about. But for the Republic to overcome that, for the moment of, and of course, like, these things just, that's what's so great about sports. Sometimes they write themselves, right? It's Rodrigo Lopez, who is a Sacramento Republic legend, who has had so many amazing moments at Heart Health Park / Bonnie Park or Bonnie Field. Like, to have him get that moment as well, the celebration, everything. It's just, it truly is a movie status, a night that I'll remember for the rest of my life.
Matt George, ABC 10 Locked On Kings. We'll get to the Kings here in just a minute. Matt's broadcasting live from Santa Clara Levi Stadium, 49ers training camp. One last note on the Republic. What if they win?
I mean, they get the cup, and then they get significant bragging rights, and hopefully the right people pay attention. But I mean, it's like, I've seen people try and talk about or present it as it's like if the Sacramento River Cats were in the World Series against, like, the New York Yankees or something like that. I don't know if it's that similar, but I mean, I think it's 141 or something like that clubs that are eligible. Actually, I don't think that number is accurate at all. I think that's a different number. So take that out. But pretty much any
live broadcast, please.
hit that sound button for me. Let me redo it. Let me start over. But the amount of clubs that are eligible for this, for the Republic to, if they do win this cup, to hoist the cup after defeating 4 straight MLS opponents, 2 at home and 2 on the road. What does it mean? it's bigger to me than the USL Championship that this club already has.
Yeah. Real, one more thing on that too. Like what to me right now, I don't want to say I don't care because like if they announce tomorrow, hey, we're going to MLS, like that'd be dope. I'd be hyped. But I think the USL is actually it's a pretty good league, and they're establishing themselves right now. So, does this run, in your opinion, do anything for a possible MLS expansion bid, or is that strictly a financial thing at this point?
Yeah, I think it's all money at this point. From what I understand, still the lack of a whale is a big thing. I know that MLS or not, the Republic are still very driven to have that stadium built. We actually had Kevin Nagel. We did a brief interview with him on ABC 10, and he mentioned to Kevin John that now they believe that the stadium is actually going to be bigger and have a higher capacity than their initial plans. They think that's possible. So that's pretty cool. And that's regardless of what happens with the MLS. But the reason why the Republic attracted the attention of the MLS in the first place was when Sacramento fans sold out. I think it's Hughes Stadium, isn't that what it's called? It's in Sacramento. Sold that out, and then that inaugural season to win the cup, and that at that point, Heart Health Park only held 8,000 fans or something like that, and they sold that out almost on a nightly basis. Like, it was the fan base, it was the craving for soccer and that atmosphere that drew the MLS's attention in the first place. So I'm not going to say that it changes MLS's mind by any means, because I still think it's all financial, but maybe it reminds the MLS why Sacramento is a perfect location for their league and would be a market that completely soaks up their product. So, I mean, I can't say it doesn't matter at all, because they're definitely paying attention.
Matt, what do you think as we shift gears here? What do you think about all of these national media guys being in on the Sacramento Kings all of a sudden? Obviously, we know Mark Spears emphatically stated on ESPN television that the Kings are going to make the playoffs. We read a write-up from Chris Mannix earlier that thinks that, the Kings are a play-in team for sure. And if things break right, they end the playoff drought. Well, what do you think about the Kings kind of getting some national guys' attention right now?
Well, I'll forever ride. I'll forever ride with Mark Spears. I love Mark. I love his work. He's phenomenal. He's someone who actually does pay a lot of attention. I take his word and Sam Amick's word from a national perspective. They're guys who are feet in the ground in Sacramento, very familiar with this community, very familiar with the fan base, familiar with the organization. So Mark Spears, his words and his praise carry a lot more weight to me than maybe some of the others that you mentioned. And I know Mark Spears is a massive fan of Keegan Murray, which makes me like him even more. But I think it's a good thing. It's only really a good thing for Sacramento too. I think the best way for me to sum it up, D'Lo, and I think we've discussed this before, Monty McNair has put together an offseason that makes sense. Like, it's weird how many times that we've had to look at a Vlade Divac's offseason or a Pete D'Alessandro offseason or maybe a past Monty McNair offseason, seen the moves that the Kings have made, and then we have to, maybe on our shows, on our podcast, we have to talk through scenarios of how this makes sense. Maybe this is the angle they're going for. To me, it's incredibly simple. You have your two best players, known for scoring in and within the 3-point line. You surround them with shooters, just like the Milwaukee Bucks, in a very basic system. They won a championship surrounding Giannis Antetokounmpo with a bunch of shooters who also knew how to play defense. Then you brought in a defensive-minded coach in Mike Brown, who knows what it is to win a championship, who's had a lot of success over recent years in the Golden State Warriors organization, and now he comes to Sacramento. He's one, well-liked and respected from day one, and two, brings a reputation of accountability. Like, every move that the Sacramento Kings made, and then the draft pick of Keegan Murray. I know some people don't like the selection of fit over talent. The Kings thought they were getting both best fit and best talent, and based off what we've seen at Summer League, maybe they had a point. But even if you're just looking from a fit perspective, Keegan Murray was widely considered the most NBA-ready prospect from day one, even if he didn't have the highest ceiling. And number two, you can easily see how his game, even before we saw him in Summer League, you could see and understand how his game can translate to playing with the best on the Kings roster from day one. So everything Monty McNair and the Kings have done makes sense. And that's why I think it's being met with some positive energy, because like I've said, typically we've had to try and play a game of connect the dots with the Kings and their offseason moves in the past. So the fact that it makes sense to everyone from a basketball guru with a high IQ that works in a front office to those of us who like to think we know what the hell we're talking about. I think that's a tremendous win.
I'm not saying to make a prediction or guarantee on it or anything like that. We're all just looking at it on paper right now. But do you agree with Spears? I think Spears said the playoffs. I think Mannix said, you know, he wasn't going to go playoffs just yet because there's so much talent in the West. The West is loaded, as they like to say. But he said they should definitely be a play-in team. I feel that way. I feel at the very least they should be a play-in team just based on what we're seeing on paper. You have the same feelings for this team right now?
Yeah, D'Lo, or rather KC, I think I said this on your birthday week. And I was with the D'Lo and Ham, and basically I said that to me, the play-in is a guarantee for this team, or it has to be. Like looking at this roster, looking at what they've done, this team can't not be a play-in team in the Western Conference. When literally over half the league at least makes the play-in, you can't tell me that this is a bottom half roster compared to a top half roster. It has to be, especially with the amount that's on the line for this season, with whether it's Monty McNair's job, because we don't know his contract extension yet, whether it's re-signing Domantas Sabonis in 2 years, De'Aaron Fox living up to his star label and how much he's being paid. Like, so much is on the line. The Kings absolutely have to be a play-in team. I think they're a shoe-in for the play-in, and that doesn't feel that hot takey or outlandish or overly optimistic to say. I'm not going to say they're a shoe-in for the playoffs, although I do think they definitely can compete for an actual playoff spot, and ultimately that's what matters to me, is playing in a legitimate 7-game series, not just a one-and-done or two-and-done play-in series. But regardless, Casey, and you know this, if the Kings get the opportunity to host one play-in game, even if it's technically postseason but not considered playoffs, at least in my book, that's not good enough for me. But to have that in the Golden One Center for fans to celebrate, to have that night, that game, how we know the city is going to respond to that, similar to how they just responded to the Sacramento Republic FC, like that's a very achievable first step that I think should not just be a hope, but should be an expectation for Sacramento. I think being in the 7th or 8th spot is extremely realistic for this team this year.
It doesn't feel like a hot take by any stretch of the imagination, but does it feel like a smart take? Given how often things go wrong with this team, and how often it's this or it's that, or something doesn't click, or it again, when you look at the offseason Monty had, and you just said beautiful, it makes sense. You don't have to use your imagination a lot to figure out what Monty McNair was doing. It's like, oh, everyone who watched Kings basketball all year, they need shooters, they need this, they need that. They got it. You're expecting some growth from Davion Mitchell. You're expecting De'Aaron Fox to play like a superstar. You're expecting Domantas Sabonis to do for a longer stretch of what he did last year when he first came over. But history says that's probably not going to happen. So while it's not a hot take, you got to ask yourself, is this the smartest take I can make regarding this team?
I think one of the concerns that I have with that is, where do the Kings go from here, right? This is not, I don't think the Kings have gone all in. It's not like Monty McNair has completely given everything up in order for the Kings to make it this year. But considering the moves that realistically, like the moves the Kings made in free agency, the trades that they've made, these are realistically the best chances that the Kings can make in any kind of market. Like, as much as we want to think that they maybe could have a chance in a Kevin Durant sweepstakes one day, like that's just not realistic for this team, right? The number one way for them to bring in an all-star is to do what they did, trade a really good young player at the deadline and bring in Domantas Sabonis. But if it doesn't work this year, guys, it's like, where did the Kings go? Is it bye-bye general manager and then you start that circus over again? Is it bye-bye De'Aaron Fox, and then you look for a new star, knowing that Sabonis is probably out the next year or the year following that? Is it sell everybody at the trade deadline and start rebuild number 15? Like, I don't know where the Kings go from here at this point. To me, that failure of not making some sort of postseason isn't even an option for this organization at this point. Like, it can't be. They have to operate with the belief that beyond 82 games, they're going to play at least 83 this year. Like, they have to operate that way, because I don't know where they go from that point. It's like, to use a poker analogy, it's not going all in, but you're left with only one chip. Like if you miss this year, you're screwed in so many ways. And not saying everything has to go right this year for that to happen, but the Kings couldn't miss the playoffs or miss the play-in this year and say, okay, we're going to run it back one more time. Maybe next year it'll be different. I don't see how they could possibly get away with that.
Well, I have a theory. Sorry, Casey. I do want to ask you, are you good? Is Kevin John waving you out of there? Is he demanding you exit?
He's taking his sweet time. We're doing just fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Go ahead, Casey.
Nah, I was gonna say that they are all in my opinion. They are all in. This is it right here. You've got to get it done with this group, or else a bunch of people are going to be choosing different paths, whether that's Monty McNair, De'Aaron Fox, maybe you move Sabonis early, and you're just blowing it all up. We always talk about just blowing it up. What some people have asked for years, I think you finally get if this doesn't work this year, because you have, in my opinion, you have enough. You have enough to be successful. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean be a championship team or anything else like that. But like you said, Matt, you should have enough to at the very least play one more game. And if this group that's all together, you know, the front office, the Aaron Fox, Sabonis, all these guys, the coaching staff, if they don't have enough to play at least one more game, then they never will. So just move on from all of them.
Yeah, I don't think you could put it any better. I just, like, we've talked so much about De'Aaron Fox, and rightfully so. Like, we talk about how much of a make or break year this is for him. D'Lo, you and Ham last week were talking about a QB comparison for De'Aaron. I know initially you started talking about Kyler Murray, but then someone in the chatty house brought up Derek Carr, and I loved it because I think it's so similar in so many ways. I don't know if the expectations are higher in Vegas compared to Sacramento just because of the Raiders versus the Kings brand, but like, this is a put up or shut up year for Derek Carr, just like it's a put up or shut up year for De'Aaron Fox. And I don't think that's the thing is, and this sounds overly dramatic, but it's the best way I can summarize it. I don't think Fox survives a bad year, if we put it that way. Like, De'Aaron Fox, star Fox, superstar De'Aaron Fox, Fox is the number one guy, leader of a team, does not survive another losing year. If De'Aaron Fox and the Kings, and even if it's not his fault, like if Fox goes out there and averages 28 a game and the Kings still lose, you're still going to have people that say, well, Fox could be really good on this team, but he's not the number one guy. Like, I really think this is Fox's last chance to say, I am the man and I can be the man on a winning team. And I know that may feel like I'm putting unfair expectations on his shoulders because it is a team game. I think that's very achievable. I think De'Aaron Fox is absolutely capable of being the guy on a winning team, and I think he's actually going to prove it this year now that he's gotten the help that he deserves and he's got a coach that can hopefully hold him and the rest of his teammates accountable. But there are a lot of people that might lose jobs. There are a lot of people that could lose a bunch of money. I think De'Aaron Fox loses his status as a superstar if this year does not go according to plan.
I don't even know that he has that status yet, but I absolutely get the idea of what you're laying out right there. I like the Derek Carr comp for another reason. And you mentioned this is a big year for both of those guys. You could make the argument with Derek Carr, because I don't even think it's an argument with De'Aaron Fox. This is the best group of players he's ever been around. This is the best roster that has ever been assembled around him. Mm-hmm. The same might be true for Derek Carr.
Yeah,
100%. Certainly in the case of a wide receiver, it is. But you also gotta, you can pick holes in coaches all over the place. But Josh McDaniels is a respected offensive coordinator, getting his second shot at being a head coach here. I'd argue both of these guys are entering a year where, and it's really why I like the comp so much. Both of these guys are entering a year where their front offices have done everything to surround them with the right talent for them to succeed.
Yeah. There's no more excuses. Put up or shut up time for both of them. And that usually brings out greatness. And that's what I'm excited about, because I think it's going to bring out greatness for both of them.
I like this Raiders team. I really like them. I'm excited to watch them this year.
Raiders are going to be good. The only bad thing for them is they're in the best division in the league.
Yeah,
and I don't think all four teams can make the playoffs.
I will say though, Casey, being here now, my football knowledge is incredibly low compared to basketball knowledge. I'm no Kyle Madsen, but I'll do my best. Being here at training camp, like this Niners squad looks really good.
Come on, man.
I'm sorry, man.
Hey, Matt, they
Like,
don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear
they're
it.
in phenomenal shape. See you, D'Lo. All right, good. The kids can talk now. So, I mean, Joe, like Bosa looks phenomenal. I almost said Joey. Bosa looks phenomenal. Trey Lance threw, I think, 3 picks during drills today, but 2 of them were actually, I thought, pretty good passes that incredibly good defensive plays were made. The Niners secondary looked so good today. And this is from someone who, again, has a limited knowledge, but I was asking questions, trying to soak everything in. The plays that they were making, the communication, like I just think this Niners squad is going to be really, really good. Plus, seeing these guys and being as close, like training camp is really cool because you can get super close to these players in their element. These dudes are massive. Like, holy crap. Like, Bosa is terrifying up close.
We're not the same species.
No, they're not. They're not.
And look, you know, like I said, they don't want to hear it. They never want to hear it. You know, Aldrin J, that's my guy. He talking about homers. Matt George's a Raider fan. What you talking about? Yeah. They don't want to hear it.
I got nothing with this squad.
They don't want to hear it. Look, the Niners are super talented. They've got talent up and down that roster. They just have to watch out for injuries, and they just got to make sure they stay the course, man. Just one game at a time. That's it.
KC, January 1st in Las Vegas is Niners Raiders. 1, are you going?
Don't remind me.
And 2, is that I'm trying to think about, at least in recent history, is that the biggest matchup between these 2 teams in recent history?
We've been waiting for this game, 49er fans at least, have been waiting for this game since the Raiders moved to Vegas, since it was announced they were moving to Vegas.
And they put it on New Year's Day.
They put it on New Year's Day. It is insanely expensive to be.
There's no way.
I don't think, I number one, the way my life is set up right now, I'm not sure I'm going to be there on New Year's Day. And to answer your second question, probably so. The last time these 2 teams were good at the same time, I don't know which one was first. There was 2 games. There was one game at the Stick where Charlie Gardner played for the Raiders and balled out. I want to say that was 2002. And I think the Raiders won in overtime. And then there was another game. This wasn't 2002, maybe 2003 or so. I'm not sure. But it was a game at the Coliseum where T.O. was balling out. It was T.O. versus Charles Woodson. People were going crazy for that. And the Niners won that one in overtime. I think those were the last 2 big games between these 2. They haven't been good at the same time since those early 2000 matchups. And I'm anticipating both teams being really good on New Year's Day.
Well, and this game is late season too, so this game could have must-win implications for both teams in terms of division standings. So I can't wait. We're probably not going to be able to make it either for all the reasons that you just listed out, KC. But man, there's so many games that I'm psyched for both teams this year. But I can't wait for football season.
And if those 2 squads have double-digit wins entering that game,
look, I'm not even gonna lie to you. That one might get flexed. That one might get flexed. We might see that Sunday night under the lights.
Planning on making the trip to Vegas, would greatly appreciate the game not being anywhere even remotely close to the morning or early afternoon. The later we can make that game, the better. I'm sure everyone will feel. Are you going back next week when they start hitting?
We're hoping to. We'll see. We're not sure yet, but the plan is yes.
You need to be down there when they hit each other.
Yeah.
It's jarring. It's like even when those dudes hit each other at like 3/4 speed, whatever. Oh, it's like, oh yeah, no wonder. Like these dudes are smashing each other. Like, thank you. These dudes hit each other pretty hard.
All right, I'll try and get this. I'll try and save this.
Matt, do you need a co-host on Locked On Kings? I have to find something else to do with my life. This is just
yo, get in the chat. Where's Marcus? Hey yo,
ABC 10 looking for applications because I'll carry the camera for you and Kevin.
You're welcome anytime, D'Lo. Now you're in front of the camera only, man. You know that. But one thing that stood out to me, and I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff. It's why I liked being at Summer League in Vegas so much, is the atmosphere of training camp is young men whose opportunities to make their dreams come true. Like that's what stands out to me. So the hype, the energy, like each team, so the offense was wearing red, the defense was wearing white. And of course it's way more than a 52, or is it 52 or 54, Casey?
53.
53. Oh, right in the middle. Split the difference. Of course. It's way more than 53 guys out there, but like every single time the defense got a pick, or even when Trey Lance completed a nice pass or whatever, like the hype from both sides it's an infectious atmosphere. Plus there were a ton of 49er faithful out there watching, which was really cool as well. So I'm a sucker for environments like that, because to see young men who are working their ass off and their dream is so close, they can taste it. They look in the background of their training camp and they can see Levi Stadium and imagine playing in there when it's packed. Like those kind of, like, that's something I never got to experience because I was not a good athlete, period. But those are the things that I daydream about, moments like that of you're so close, you can taste it. Now make that dream a reality. Like, you see that and experience that a lot in these training camps. And I loved it. The environment is infectious for me.
Hey, real quick, Matt. You said you saw Trey threw 3 picks or whatever the case. How'd he look to you, though?
He looked okay. He struggled to complete a lot of passes early on, but one thing he pointed out, we had him in a press conference afterwards, and he pointed out, he brought up the picks himself. He said we made too many turnovers, and he said too many interceptions. But one thing he did point out that I agree with is every time they made a mistake, they followed it up with a completion or a nice play. Like, they bounced back quickly from first string to all the way through to third string. Like, they did a really good job communicating, bouncing back. Trey had, I would say, he had more bad passes than he had good passes from what I witnessed today. But like, you could see him working, you could see him asking a ton of questions, communicating. It was cool. So they would be doing their drills, and Shanahan was almost standing 5 yards behind him under center, enough for him to drop back and make a play. But Shanahan was getting his view on the play too. And then Trey shared, like, afterwards they would discuss, like, Shanahan would say, okay, I would have gone to this guy, but you went to that guy instead. Let's talk about it. Like, I think he's going to be fine. I think he's going to be really, really good. Plus, he showed off his wheels a little bit with scrambles, a couple bootlegs. He's really quick getting out of the pocket. So, I mean, Kevin and I were talking about this on the drive down. There's a lot of expectation on his shoulders as the quarterback of a team that has Super Bowl expectations or Super Bowl hopes. But at the same time, I appreciate it. Thank you. but at the same time, I look at the situation to come in as a young quarterback, to have that defense behind you to bail you out, to have the good tight end to throw to and Kittle, the receivers, the line. Like, he's in a really, really good spot to have all the help that he needs to win, where when he makes a mistake as a young player, which he will, his teammates will have his back. And I'm sure that excites him.
Great stuff, Matt, man. Appreciate you making time for us, man, on the road, outside.
Did Kevin say he was about to leave you?
No. That was some of the wonderful staff here at Levi letting me know they're about to mop the floors that I'm standing on.
Kevin said, I'm leaving, bro.
Kevin said, I'm sick of this. I can't work at the office. I can't work in Santa Clara. I can't work anywhere with you, Matt George. I'm just leaving you here. Good stuff, man. We appreciate you. Give Kevin our best, man, and we'll talk next week.
Will do, guys. Good to see you.
Take
Matt
care.
George right there, live from Levi Stadium. I hate y'all, man. I just don't think I hate y'all. I got
that was a good one. No,
it was not. I hate y'all.
That was a good one. That was a good one, man. One day this is gonna end. Like, one day we'll stop laughing at these things. I don't know when this is gonna be, though.
We're freaking children, man. It's ridiculous.
What did he say?
We're freaking children.
Oh man, y'all should have seen the commercial break for those that listen on the radio. It got crazier then too.
Yeah, commercial breaks. Commercial breaks are something, and you can watch them on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. It's what separates us from virtually every other radio show who streams. Is we don't turn the mics off. We don't go to commercial graphics. We just start talking crazier during the commercial breaks. It's like we just gotta it's like we were holding something back for 30 minutes, and then once the commercial breaks, it gets here, we just start talking crazy. But we appreciate everybody who tunes in and has helped us build that community over at twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Make sure you check out the latest episode of the Locked On Kings podcast. I don't know if it was the last one Matt recorded, but I know he just did an episode with Deuce. I think it was actually yesterday.
Deuce is everywhere, bro. What?
Deuce is on the virtual happy hour tonight with
Deuce everywhere, man. We ain't never there.
Well, we ain't invited no more. TheKingsBeat.com. You can become a premium subscriber over there and take part in James Ham's Off the Record with Deuce Mason tonight. Tomorrow, Trista, Kyle, James. So our normal
stacked.
We might have to tap in with someone else who was at practice, though. We might have to tap in with someone else.
Yeah, with that. For sure.
Get to work, man. We appreciate y'all for being with us. Check out the podcast, D-Lo and KC. Remember, Jesse doesn't eat if you don't download the podcast. It's available wherever you get podcasts from. And most of all, make sure you're back here tomorrow at noon on ESPN 1320.
I love Sacramento.
Oh, man. Dudes be smashing.
The other day, my cousin AC hit me up, and we were talking about like this trip, and we're like the room is like the super suite, so like you can get like 2 or 3 different rooms in the suite or whatever. So we gonna go half on it or whatever. So he's giving me the amount. It's like, oh yeah, man, it's $833 and .33333333333 or whatever. He was like, but you could just give me the 833.33 cents. And I wasn't even thinking. I go, nah, I'm gonna give it all to you, bro.
Oh no.
Yo, pause.
Hey, wait a minute, fella. This is not what we're doing here.
Oh man. Hey, Peyton, we didn't even talk about that though. That's crazy. That's nuts.
Yeah, that is something. That is something. My man doing the work.
You're a wild boy for that one.
Work.
You're a wild boy.
Gracious. Oh man.
Oh man. Now it's a hashtag. Hashtag kinfolk.
Lazy. Hashtag kinfolk. Oh man, that is good stuff.
Oh brother. Lazy, wait a minute. What you talking about, man? When did Drake have a weave? I don't know, man. You got to explain that one.
Hashtag kinfolk.
Nah, Woody, nah, facts, bro.
Facts. Hey, let's be real, fam. We're not that far away. Like, let's calm down. It's not like we're 25. Like we're a lot closer to that number than we are 25.
Man.
Yeah, we're just
I don't see myself slowing down when it comes to saying pause anytime soon. It's just funny. It's just funny.
Oh, that's a good one.
What happened?
You can't hear him. Jesse said he was going to name the show Pause.
Remind me when we get off the air to ask you 2 things. Well, ask you a question and then have a comment. It's pretty funny.
All right. Well, with that said,
and I guess we should start training you guys now for the show being over.
Yeah, because we've got a lot of other work to do. I got to start writing the Nipsey Hussle episode for next week. We still got to edit this week's podcast. Yeah, so we got to get to work, man. And then once we get in the studio, we'll have to get the hell out anyway. So we appreciate y'all, man. Thanks as always. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Subscribe buttons if you're new. We'll see you tomorrow.